complicated, derivative, still.
Can I offer you some tea?
Good tea. Nice house.
Would you make me some of that Plomeek soup?
There she is. There she is.
Greetings and felicitations.
Yippee!
Hello and welcome to Plomeek Teatime number 70, where we're going to discuss Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, because it's going to be its 25th anniversary coming up on May 19th. And since, of course, this movie was released in 1999, and I'm going to start us off here. My only theater experience with this movie occurred in middle school. In May, school was almost out, and I actually don't even remember which teacher did this, but he took us out for a field trip, and I guess he booked the theater for the whole day because we saw Return of the Jedi and this movie, but a lot of the kids in the class were kind of brats, so a lot of them talked through the whole thing. So from what I remember, some bits of it that I paid attention to and I liked, and some bits I was bored. And my excuse is I was a kid and there were too many other kids talking. However, things didn't actually improve much for me when I grew up and watched it again. And so I still wasn't too impressed. I wondered, we're watching this kid version of Vader when we already know his redemption and everything. And we already know he's more gray than black and white. And so I suppose there were some cool things in it. My excuse is that it just wasn't as gripping spiritually or magically like the first three. However, last night I finally gave it a completely fair rewatch again. And today we're going to look further into it. But first, I need to address Tiger Stripe's concern in the chat when she says, "Are you planning to review them all in Lucas order? You must do what you feel is right." And so I'm not actually necessarily covering all of these movies. I'm not sure if I will, but myself, I probably would have looked at the original three first. But I was asked by Scotty R37 for this live stream, and I wanted to see what he has to say about it. Watching this movie first is not what I would have done, but I'm so glad we're all here, and look at this panel already. It looks really great. And so these absolutely the original should be viewed first, but these prequels are more of an expansion of the lore, as is all the comics and video games and cartoons and things that followed. And so I'd like to welcome our guests here and ask them about how they're doing and what their first experiences with this movie were, and compare them to how you feel about the movies today. So, hello to Scotty R37.
Hello.
Hey.
We some people gonna die?
So, yeah, so, Scotty, how are you doing today?
I am doing very well. I'm excited to talk about this movie. And sort of much like yourself, the first time I saw it, I was sort of nonplussed, but I was happy to see sort of a return to the Star Wars galaxy. Then I went through the entire spaced and red letter media phase of the prequels are garbage, and ignored a lot of the stuff like with the Clone Wars and such. And then the sequel trilogy came out, and I bought all of the prequels on Blu-ray and celebrate them entirely. So I have grown to love this movie, flaws and all. I've lost some friends along the way who were both anti and pro, but I think that it is still a very interesting relic of the late 90s and the hunger for Star Wars that people had. So I'm just happy it exists, and I'm happy to talk about it. And based on my middle-of-the-road adoration of this film, that is why I am sporting myself a Randall Graves. And so I am happy to be the black and white Star Wars fan from 1993.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry you lost some friends based on opinions about movies.
Well, I'll tell you more about it later.
Okay. All right. So Moff Dan is. Wait, how many Dans do we have again? Okay.
At least two.
There's three. There are three Dans actually. Knight Lucas is also a Dan. So Moff Dan,
Hi.
how are you doing today? And could you tell us about your first experiences with this movie?
I'm good, thanks. I think I was trying to remember the first time I saw it, but I think it was like, I live in Aberdeen City in Scotland, and I think like I went to like the biggest cinema screening room and saw it way back in 1999. And I really liked it at the time, but I think I did enjoy, the second prequel one, Attack of the Clones. That still is the film that I've seen most out of any other film. Saw it both back at times when it was on cinematic release. And it was inspired, I guess, by you know, liking and enjoying the Phantom Menace and
You sound
and
a little bit muffled in your microphone. Can you speak a little more into it?
I think I was covering it slightly with a finger on the phone. But I saw years later. I saw the Phantom Menace in 3D, and I loved it. It was amazing in 3D.
3D, like
Yeah,
classic 3D or recent 3D?
recent 3D.
Oh, I think Kat saw that too, didn't you?
Not the 3D, no.
No, okay, it must have been something else.
I saw the 3D.
Well, thank you. Oh, you did.
Mhm.
I didn't even know they did that. Well, I want to welcome. I'm very excited to have Z3PO here. He says he's a British sex robot.
I am indeed the British sex robot, and pleasure to be here with you today.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here. And how are you today? And what are your first experiences with this movie?
Well, I am well and fully functional, Mistress Jill. Thank you for asking. I first saw The Phantom Menace at our local showcase theatre with my wife-to-be in July 1999. We'll be married for 25 years in December. Yay! I was excited to
Congrats.
watch it based on the trailer, which I downloaded from Apple Trailers, which was the big trailer place at the time, and I'd watched it 100 times at least. So I was well buzzing for it. Less so when I came out. I would say it's probably one of my least favourite Star Wars movies, just above the sequel trilogy.
Oh, wow. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sci-Fi Sit Down. How are you today? And what are your first experiences watching this? And have you ever seen it in the theater since you're so young?
I was only 3 years old when it came out, so I can't give you. So no, I wasn't in the theater. As to when I saw it, I actually bought it on DVD, and I watched it plenty of times. I don't know exactly when I watched it, but I know I watched it plenty of times. I would say that out of the original three prequels, this one is the least boring because I see Attack of the Clones is still pretty boring because of that one over melodramatic romance scene in that movie, which I don't care for. Which basically grinds the way to an entire halt in Attack of the Clones.
Well, the sand gets everywhere.
That's
And
coarse
so,
and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
and so, so Night Lucas, how are you today? You're our third Dan today. I think
Oh
it's so
man, I
funny
gotta
we
be
have
the
three of
third
them.
one. No, that's fine. I could be the third one. My day could have been better, but it is better now that I'm here among my
Yeah.
peers.
So what's your first experiences with this, with the Phantom Menace, Star Wars?
It was actually the poster, the little Anakin child, 9-year-old Anakin with the Darth Vader shadow on Tatooine. That poster was my very first introduction to the Phantom Menace. And I remember as a little kid when I first saw that poster, I knew I had to see the movie because that poster alone just amazed me.
That makes sense because we didn't have YouTube trailers or anything like that, so you had to have different media sources to get you excited about a movie. That makes
No,
sense.
I just like the idea that you see this little kid with the shadow of Darth Vader. Imagine a World War One poster on Jill. Imagine a World War One poster where you see a little kid in the middle of the war zone and his shadow is Adolf Hitler. Wouldn't that make you say, "I want to see that movie"? And I would. Honestly. Like how does
Yeah,
this?
that is quite the visual, and
Yeah, I know,
you
right?
want. I guess even though you know where his journey goes, you want to see what led him there.
Well, okay, you don't know where his journey goes. You know how he turns out. But you don't know the journey yet. But yeah, I know what you're saying.
Oh, well, that's what I meant to say is
Right, fair
you
enough.
know how his redemption happens and where he goes, but you don't know the journey.
Yeah.
And thank you to Eugene
Eugene
Bird sent us.
Bird.
Yeah, Eugene Bird sent a super sticker, 1999. I've never seen this sticker before. It's of a lemon who is in front of a bush and sending out some hearts. That's really cute. Guys, I don't have Star Wars clips. I just have Orville and stuff like this.
Kill! But I feel like celebrating.
It's a goddamn weird ass place we work in, let me tell you.
Oh, delightful.
All right. And also, hey, speaking of which, before we get Cat Story, I want to say hello to the chat. Franco Walker is here. Also, Z3P in the panel. Gavin Blackburn. Lemon Pie.
Lemon.
And greetings from the edge of time.
Hail, Edge of Time.
Yeah. Qui-Gon
Jinn.
Qui-Gon Jinn. Oh yeah, see, I don't know what I'm talking about, which is why I'm still Vulcan. So the first and the best disposable Jedi.
Oh man.
Yeah, he is well, what is his point? Okay, anyway, in a minute.
See, no, but that's the best part is like I remember back in my day, people would get impaled with lightsabers and they'd stay dead, and we liked it that way.
Tatooine, says Edge of Time, a boring backwards planet where nothing exciting ever happens.
So what do you call the pod races?
About this. I can sense it already.
What can you sense?
The bad feeling.
a bad feeling. I have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah.
The hype
Master
around
Yoda Master Yoda says I should be mindful of the living force. Or mindful of the future. Anyway.
But not at the expense of the moment.
Yes, my master.
Yes.
The hype around this.
Yes, being mindful of the living force may on path one.
Gavin Blackburn says the hype around this movie at the time was inescapable, and you could not escape the spoilers revealed by the merch. The soundtrack had a song entitled Qui-Gon's Funeral that Qui-Gon's Funeral that came out before. Yeah, there was lots of merchandising stuff like Pepsi and Lego and Taco Bell. Yes, Scotty?
I just enjoy how Liam Neeson is there on the very left hand of the screen looking over his shoulder at you every time you mispronounce Qui-Gon Jinn.
Well, I'm going to do it at least 12 more times.
Sweet.
Wow.
Plus, Scotty,
Okay.
it also depends on how his name is spelled, because Jill may say it literally to what the characters say it is in the movie.
Keith E says happy pre-Star Wars Day. Yeah, right. The one of the Star Wars days is tomorrow, May the 4th.
Surely that makes it Star Wars Eve.
I thought it was Boonta Eve.
Boonta Eve.
But
these Star Wars shows are going over Jill's head.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me, guys, that today is pre-Star Wars Day. I'll make sure to go by the gravesite soon. I have to get my car, too.
But another Star Wars Day is apparently May 25th. So there's 2 of them this month.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
that'll
the
be
more
the
famous
release of
one
the
is May the
original.
4th.
Yeah.
Original Star Wars movie was released on May the 25th.
A
So that
whole-
is technically Star Wars Day.
Indeed.
Yeah. Please subscribe, hit the bell, share, and hit the like and select live chat. And yeah, so also Eugene Bird is here. Of course, he just sent a super sticker, so definitely. And Jacob Ironside says the Phantom Menace has some problems, but when it's good, it's good. And real Wade Nation Gaming talking about names that are hard for me to pronounce. And hello to Mr. Brown Alliance. It's really great to see you in the chat here.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah. Okay, so hello to Nemesis of Eden. Hail, you beautiful beings. I hope you're doing well.
Nemesis
And
Bullseye.
Sci-Fi Sith Dan asked how long this live stream will be. I usually run until 3 p.m. Central Time. And so if anybody needs to go before then, please let me know. And
Well, Jill, I'm sorry just asking because this movie is over 2 hours long. Question is, will you do a 2-hour stream that's longer, or will you maintain your roughly 2-hour live stream time frame for this?
I'll be fine. I'll be totally fine. I'm going to end at 3 p.m. Central Time. I usually have a good. There's no issue.
About 1 my time, in other words.
Sure. Okay, so yeah, so we do have a story. Okay, so we obviously it starts with the title crawl as normal. And well, the reviews for this movie were all over the place. There were some people who liked it. I think Roger Ebert gave it a positive review.
He
but
did.
Then
he liked it.
Yeah. I wonder.
Sadly, Siskel passed away before it came out, so he didn't get to see it.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I didn't realize he died so young.
Young? I guess it was. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. I'm not familiar with their ages that well, so yeah, maybe it was young.
Well, and just as we're in the opening crawl, there is something that has sort of been lost to time about being in a theater and watching a Star Wars movie and hearing the 20th Century Fox fanfare.
Right.
Yeah, with
Like-
the screaming in the auditorium.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the chills and then the blast of the brass as Star Wars goes across the screen. It's just like, oh my stars, I'm back. This is going to be so good. And then the subsequent 2 hours and 20 minutes happen.
Wow.
Well, yeah, don't you isn't it really exciting that this movie is about taxes and trade embargoes and
Actually,
blockade?
that was one of the worst parts George Lucas could have done for the setup. He should have just placed the prequels in the middle of a war between a Sith Empire and a Galactic Republic that the New Republic and the Jedi Order were taken down through conquest, instead of the internal political angle, which was boring.
You know, about the whole taxes
I
thing,
think-
I have the feeling you guys, along with everyone else, just hates that aspect because you don't like the idea that taxes are beyond just Earth; they're in space too.
Okay. I honestly never had a problem with it, and I don't understand why so many people do. Because it's like within the first 5 minutes of the movie, it's apparent that that's just a front. Because the Sith Lord is involved, he's trying to kill the Jedi, now he's invading the planet. It's like clearly this has nothing to do with taxes.
Yeah, why does everyone always zero in on the taxes? That's a good point.
I
Because
agree with
even
that.
even as a 10-year-old seeing this for the first time, I'm like, okay, taxes, let's see what this is. But one of the first things that the Newt Gunray says when the TC-14 reports to him is, "Oh, Jedi, and here's Sith." And even as a 10-year-old, I immediately recognized that was Palpatine. And it's like, okay, we're in trouble. And the whole tax thing, it's like, okay, clearly it's a front. I don't know what it's a front for, why he cares about invading the planet, but I was intrigued. And I like that aspect of it. I mean, yeah, you could have picked any. To me, it's like, yeah, he said taxes. He could have picked any type of dispute he wanted to, but to me, it's like, yeah, it's a front for something bigger. So I never had a problem with it.
Well, I agree with that. I understand that it's just a way for Palpatine to come to power. That's not something I have a question about. The question I have is that why does Naboo give a shit? That why do they care, and what is it specifically that they are being denied trade of? Because this is a lush, beautiful planet. You think they'd be self-sufficient. And so I
Well,
would like to know exactly why they don't want, like, why they care that they can't trade.
well, that's sort of the quandary of Star Wars, sort of. Some planets have unlimited amount of resources, and yet they're still reliant on trade. And whenever there's a blockade, their planet starves.
Yes, what does Naboo need from other planets that it can't provide for itself?
That's a good question. I guess we probably see Naboo as like a perfected version of Earth. So I guess in a technical sense, we assume that they have everything they need, but there's probably specific resources that they want that they can't get on their planet. If I were being charitable, if I were to guess.
Yeah.
Well, I
that's
always saw
why.
it as being sort of a supplicant for Alderaan, a very beautiful, lush planet that really doesn't want to have any battle with anybody. And the Trade Federation comes in and says, okay, we're going to try and profit as much as possible off of you weaklings. You're not even a unified biosphere. Like the Gungans and the Naboo don't like each other, as shown in the beginning of the movie. And I just thought it was easy pickings. I don't even know if Palpatine is from Naboo.
He is.
He is.
He's from
He
Naboo.
Yes.
He is, yeah.
That's why.
Like, for
That's why
sure? Okay,
That's
you
why
guys are going to know more than me.
That's why he picks Naboo. This whole movie is a plot for him to become Supreme Chancellor.
Yeah, and Scotty, and if you ever read the Darth Plagueis novel, it says that the Palpatine is from Naboo. He's from Theed, Naboo, I think, is the city he's from. Unless I'm not remembering correctly.
I seem to have just encountered a wall of, yes, he's from Naboo, idiot. So I'm going to accept it that he's from Naboo. But it was always something, because I thought his sort of training with Darth Plagueis was somewhere else. It didn't seem like it would be happening on Naboo. I don't know where he went to school. I don't know what his favorite sports team is. But if you're saying he's from Naboo, then I'll accept it. Sheev, our man Sheev.
Well, Scotty, the Darth Plagueis novel takes the time period it takes is about I think roughly 100 years from where it begins from Darth Plagueis' perspective, and it transitions into into Palpatine's perspective in the book.
Cool.
Okay, well, that's the thing about this movie, is that it gets expanded outward into infinity with books and comics and all of that stuff. But I have to fall back on what I know, and what I know is Star Trek. And what this kind of reminds me of when Scotty was talking was maybe Naboo is a bit like the Bajorans, and the Trade Federation is a bit like the Cardassians, and they're coming to take advantage of them and gain power. But when the Cardassians just used up all the resources of the Bajorans, they left. So they didn't, because they didn't know about the wormhole. They wouldn't have left if they didn't. Anyway, this is Deep Space Nine. But wait a minute. Okay, so then in that case, what is in it for? What resources is the Trade Federation? What are they? What? I don't think it's said in the movie what's in it for them.
It's core plasma.
Because we know Palpatine wants to go
plasma.
to power, but why are they there?
From the book, Anti-Jill, from
they
the
don't
book,
talk about, but wait a minute, they don't talk about any core plasma in the movie, do they?
No, it's
so
in
then
the book.
It doesn't count.
No, but in the book, they say what Naboo is trading off world for with the Trade Federation. It's actually core plasma, from their planet, or I don't know the exactly nature of it, but it's called core plasma.
Well, and you bring up an interesting point, Jill, in terms of having to do a sort of exterior research. I wouldn't have known that the capital of the Republic was Coruscant unless I had read the Thrawn trilogy by Timothy Zahn. I wouldn't have known Palpatine's name had I not read that cycle of books. If I was just a person seeing this movie for the first time, I would be like, oh, so that's the senator from Naboo, Palpatine. I guess he'll be fine. And
And by the way, guys, if you want like the straight, honest answer, like, and I'm not even going to refer to any Star Wars books or comics. I'm just going to go by the movies alone due to my Lucas knowledge. The Trade Federation, the Nemoidians, they're just a complete front. And what I mean by they're a complete front is because do they have their own agenda for Naboo and stuff when it comes to trading and money? Yes, but at the end of the day, Palpatine is just using them as tools. That's why every time Palpatine comes in and makes a decision that they didn't expect or they didn't agree to, they're like, this deal is getting worse. And the reality is, they were involved in this thinking that they were just going to get what they wanted, and, you know, they're just getting assistance as long as they do what the Sith Lord tells them to. But the reality is, Palpatine's just using them as a distraction so that he could go on with his plans to get himself into the seat of Chancellor. And they're just clowns. They're just tools. It's a very tragic sort of events, but it's the reason why. And I don't know if you guys mind if we cut to Revenge of the Sith. The minute Palpatine gets what he wants, he just says, "Yeah, Anakin, execute them," and just execute it. Like it's a sad state of affairs, but that's the reality when it comes to them. They're not even relevant.
I can buy that they're useful idiots for sure. So thank you for that. That was well said. And actually, how much do you guys know of what went into writing this script? Because apparently Lucas wrote the script for this, and I don't know.
It really doesn't matter what Naboo is trading for. The point is they're here. It's a front, and you know these guys are clearly, you know, greedy out to line their pockets. And so, the one question they never answer is, okay, if this treaty legalizes the invasion, what then? You know, it's like what. Like, okay, so you've legalized an invasion. Now how are you going to profit from that? And they never really answer that. That's the real key question they never really answer. Because if you think about it, if it had gone the way Palpatine expected, that the Queen's going to fold immediately and sign the treaty, it's like, okay, but how is that conducive to him becoming Chancellor? It's like, what does that do? It's like they never really explain that in the movie.
That's a good question.
Well, actually, it says in the crawl, and it's in the movie if you look carefully, it's actually... This causes a political crisis within the Galactic Republic. Because the Galactic Republic by this stage is very bureaucratic and bogged down in all the political proceedings that they can't do a damn thing, which it takes forever for them to do a damn thing.
Right, but but her signing a treaty legalizing it is not really conducive to. It's ultimately her going to Coruscant and putting in a vote of no confidence, which gets Palpatine what he wants. If she had stayed behind on Naboo and signed the treaty, that wouldn't have happened. So it's like, how is her signing a treaty conducive to him becoming Chancellor? They never really address that because he clearly is upset through the movie when she keeps trying to, you know, rebel against him, even though that's exactly what helps him get what he wants.
I actually think I could be wrong here, but I actually think the whole get her to sign the treaty. I think it's all just an act to get these idiots to just keep attacking them. Like, I'm gonna be honest, to get them to Coruscant as soon as possible.
Well, let's
Well, he does try and
hypothesize
kill them
just for a
multiple
moment. Let's hypothesize we have the blockade around Naboo. The Nemoidians have a droid army. They brought them specifically there to occupy the planet. Once we get the treaty signed, that will probably shore up a trade route, easing the taxes, at which point Queen Amidala is probably going to talk to her senator from Naboo, Sheev, Palpatine, and Palpatine's going to be like, is this the kind of thing that the Republic is going to do, is just allow the invasion of innocent systems? And then he still gets to proceed with his becoming Supreme Chancellor by having the moral high ground and manipulating the bureaucrats, in which he really, first thing we do is kill all the lawyers kind of thing.
I can already tell you're the smart one.
So basically, Scotty, so my point still stands. In others,
I have to step away for just a moment.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
So when I get back, I'll need a summary of everything you guys talked about.
It's all going to be in the movie The Phantom Menace. If you've seen it, it's there.
Yeah.
So basically, Scotty, you did the all fancy talk of what I just said a few minutes ago.
Well, I had to. I'm a verbal learner, and so I had to talk myself through it to understand where your brilliance had come from, sir.
I'd rather keep things simplified when it comes to talking things. Just get straight to the point. Don't give me a word salad. You're not a
Wait,
politician.
that wasn't simple. I understood it fine.
Yes, I did
Like,
too, but
look,
don't make it too complicated. Just give me straight to the point, please.
if you want it in simple terms, then the invasion and the taxes, none of that mattered. Palpatine just needed an inciting incident to justify influencing all the politicians to vote for a stronger chancellor, which he's going to convince them is himself. So yeah, Naboo doesn't even really matter to him. It's just being chancellor.
So again, my point still stands.
Okay.
Okay. Naboo doesn't matter. Man, you know what? I'm learning something today. Being a lush, healthy planet in Star Wars doesn't mean anything.
Well, exactly, and we'll learn that in the future with Alderaan. But
exactly, yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
But it is interesting just because we do sort of get bogged down in the politics, and I do agree that it is the inciting incident, but we are basically, as you mentioned, in terms of the poster for the movie and knowing that this is the beginning of the saga and we're going to see the rise of power of Darth Vader, maybe we should have some boring backroom politicking so that we can meet Anakin and get to know him more. Like, I was surprised in this flick is that when we do get to Tatooine, we are there for a very long time. And that is the crux of this first story. And unfortunately, you know, he's 8 or 9. And so it's not as engaging because we want to see Vader kick ass. But I think that the focal point of the film is the introduction of Darth Vader, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and to a lesser extent, C-3PO and R2-D2.
Anakin Skywalker meets Obi-Wan Kenobi. Oh my god. That scene alone, man.
But I think that, like, this is so great with the introduction of the Emperor pre-Emperor days. I love Ian McDiarmid's performance in this, still evoking the same sort of fear that I had when I saw him for the first time in Return of the Jedi. I don't really count Empire because it was a monkey face. But like this, I think Ian McDiarmid is doing so good and definitely presenting what the Phantom Menace may be in the storytelling.
Yes, the Sith are an unseen enemy, hence the name Phantom Menace.
Yep, yeah.
I thought it's interesting.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
I have a question about the particular scene that we're talking about here. Is these Trade Federation guys? They haven't met Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon yet.
Yay!
Well, they've been told about them, so.
Yeah, but like, they just say, okay, kill him without even knowing, without even verifying.
Well, I'm pretty sure Palpatine was the one that told. I'm pretty sure Palpatine was the one that just told them to kill the Jedi automatically.
But okay, if they're Jedi, the robots say they're Jedi, and so they just agree that they're Jedi and with the robots without actually checking.
The Chancellor sent in Jedi, and that's what they're aware of. They're aware of the Chancellor, which is Palpatine, still Palpatine, same guy. Oh, no, not the Chancellor.
No, it's Valorum.
Valorum, yeah, Chancellor Valorum. Yeah, thanks for that reminder.
Oh, okay,
Chancellor
they weren't
Valorum.
under. Okay,
That's
I was under the impression they were undercover. They weren't undercover, so just everybody knows they're Jedi. Okay.
Yeah, they were sent there because the Nemoidians. They were sent there because the Nemoidians are basically like cowardly paper people. They don't want to go in and face them because they know that negotiations not going to go well. Their little claim that everything is legal would fall apart because they're just cowardly, greedy people. And so
thank you.
Yeah, so they cower and ask Palpatine what to do.
Matt G is here. Hey, Matt G. Hello. Matt G. Gotta love Matt G. The Star Wars I grew up with. Yay, trade route embargoes. Yes, Nemesis of Eden. I felt the same way. Lemon Pie, did you get to Kat about her first encounter with the movie? Oh no, thank you. I forgot. Okay, so let's stop this for a second.
The bit about that bit there is Palpatine didn't know the Jedi would appear at this moment on that ship. So if you remove the Jedi from the equation, Palpatine's plan was the invasion would have taken place, then the Modians and their droid army conquer Naboo in its entirety. Then what?
And then it causes a political crisis where the Galactic Republic has to try to act, but they don't, causes more frustration in the government. Then they cause a vote of no confidence in their leadership. Then they vote in a new chancellor, which hopefully, with Palpatine's manipulation in the government, he gets elected.
Yeah, still an inciting incident, which gives him an
And
opening.
This is ultimately the inciting incident which sparks the separatist movement in episode 2 as well.
Yeah.
It sparks it, but doesn't officially begin it.
Yeah.
Okay, before we continue, I want to ask Kat about her first experience with this movie. I didn't mean to skip you.
No, it's fine. See, I was 10 years old, almost 11, and I picked up this magazine, and it had all the characters and the ships, and it said Star Wars. It didn't say it was a prequel, and I thought they were advertising like the launch of a new book series or something, because they would often, get actors to do, live action shots, and I didn't recognize anybody on the cover. And then I flipped to it, and I saw that they were doing this whole prequel trilogy thing, and this was probably like a week before the movie came out. I remember I saw it June 6th, 1999. I watched it, and I really liked the first half hour because it's built on rising tension, the situation getting worse and worse and worse. And then when they go to Tatooine, it's like a short film within the movie because it has its own beginning, middle, and end. It's like they brought in Darth Maul to create the illusion of a threat in the story when there really is none because we're stuck. It's like you have all this right. Oh yeah, we're going to kill the Jedi. There's a Sith Lord. We're invading the planet. People are suffering. Blah. And now we're stuck in the desert for an hour because we ran out of gas, basically. And it's like, this isn't. It's like, yeah, the pod race scene is really cool, and I get that George felt obligated to spend a lot of time introducing Anakin into the story, but it comes at the expense of moving us away from the more interesting part of the story, the invasion and the attack and all this kind of stuff, to just sitting around kind of twiddling our thumbs. And it's like, really, Jedi? You're supposed to be peace negotiators, and you're listening to people apparently starving and dying, but we can't con this guy out of a hyperdrive or give him an IOU for later. It's like, really? It just wasn't. That portion of the story doesn't really hold up. And while all the stuff on Coruscant is necessary for the overarching story of the trilogy, it's another grinding halt after the grinding halt that is Tatooine. So the movie really doesn't pick up again until they get back to Naboo. And I thought the climax is still quite good. One of the best Star Wars climaxes there is when they're intercutting all the different action pieces. But it's like, this whole middle hour of the movie you could just cut out, and just if they had just gone to be friends with the Gungans in the beginning, they could have solved this themselves. Instead, we went on a hour-long detour to pick up Anakin and, help Palpatine become Chancellor. And it comes at the expense of sucking a lot of the energy out of the movie. Even though I think this is one of the best looking of the prequels because they use mostly practical models rather than CGI, and it shows. And they actually shot this one on film, so the 4K transfer is really nice. And yeah, Duel of Fates is awesome and stuff, but overall I thought, it's just the structure needs to be reworked, and it's mostly a lore building exercise.
Yeah, that's how I felt about it too, is that it's mostly lore, but you're saying it's unfocused. And
yeah, that whole middle hour, it's like, I get it, but it's like it's sucking so much of the energy right out from under the movie. Whereas the first half hour, very reminiscent of the original Star Wars, where it starts with something small and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Things just getting worse and worse, and now we're going to throw all that away to camp out in the desert for an hour. It's like, oh, congratulations. Real great story beat there.
To tell me, Kat, for the hour middle part, would you cut out about 45 minutes of it? I mean, because you need some of it to figure out.
I know, that's part of the problem. It's like, I get that the Coruscant stuff you need, because you need to see that the Jedi are an incompetent, broken organization subservient to a corrupt Senate who've lost sight of the Force, which is why they introduced the midichlorian thing, to show that they've completely lost their way. Even Qui-Gon, who's able to see that Anakin is the light at the end of the tunnel, even he's, using midichlorian stuff, which he shouldn't be doing, which I think is the whole point of why George introduces it, because it's like they've completely lost Jedi have completely lost focus of what they should be doing, and we see how incompetent the Senate is. But again, all that stuff on Tatooine.
I don't think midichlorians is a metric for losing sight of the Force at all.
Well, it's like they're losing sight because nobody, like when they saw, like in the original trilogy, nobody cares that Luke is from a famous family or whatever. It's like he's gifted with the Force, and it's like, okay. And suddenly in the prequels, it's like the other way around, where they're doing blood tests and the like, and it shows that they really don't have a grasp on what they should be doing.
Well, actually, what the Jedi should be doing is what they are doing in the Phantom Menace. Lucas points out that the Jedi lose their way the minute they get drafted into the war by Palpatine. So the end of Attack of the Clones, when the Clone Wars begins and Palpatine says, "You're generals now and you're fighting in this war," that's when they start to lose their way.
Right, but I'm saying it starts sort of in this movie. Like Anakin's whole mission statement, really, when he leaves his mother and for joining the Jedi, is that I will come back and free you, Mom. I promise. Like he tells Qui-Gon his Jedi fantasy that he would free all the slaves because he perceived them as heroes, and they're not really doing that. And so in episode 2, when he has his meltdown in the Lars homestead over the fact that, you know, he wasn't able to save his mother, and he's blaming Obi-Wan, it's like, yeah, people look at it as a petulant tantrum, but he's actually right. It's like he left because he wanted to be a hero and save people and help people, and they didn't let him do that. And it's
that's the thing. The Jedi are
that's why they're kind of broken. They're supposed to be helping people, not
they're your traditional type of hero. The type of hero Anakin had in his head, the Jedi that comes back and frees all the slaves. It's that simple. Do a good act, that sort of thing. That's more of our idea of the superhero.
Well, they're not like superhero. It's like what did he like? Seven Samurai, like that kind of thing. The original inspirations for things for Jedi, and it's like they're performing favors for a corrupt Senate, just sitting around. It's like, what exactly are they doing? Like, what is their function? And
keeping peace. That's what Lucas called them specifically, peace officers.
Yeah, they're peace officers.
Anakin's vision. I was gonna say Anakin's vision of being a Jedi in his dream. It's freeing slaves because freeing slaves is good, which, I mean, I'm sure we could all agree with that. Freeing slaves is a good thing. It's good to free people. But I'm pretty sure in Anakin's head, he would do that regardless of whether it led to peace or it led to lots of life and death and war. The Jedi's objective is to maintain peace between all living beings. That's what they're supposed to do.
Well, it's kind of funny that you. So I think the midichlorians were a case of the Jedi sort of navel gazing and looking inward to find out why they were the most important people in the galaxy, and that's where their complacency sort of comes. And it is evident in
midichlorians aren't a. They're not a metric for importance. Okay, so how?
Well, no. I just want to finish my thought.
You go ahead. Yeah.
And so I think that that's evident in sort of the breakdown of the Jedi Order and not fulfilling their responsibilities to the galaxy as a whole. They're more interested in what makes them important, and that's what bothers me about it. Although then we get to Tatooine, and it's like, are we going to free the slaves? And it's like, well, this seems more important than taxation. But then again, if you start bringing in freeing slaves into the Star Wars galaxy, and I don't know if Z-3PO would agree with this, but like we already have a whole race of slaves, and they're called droids.
Oh yes, absolutely.
And as to all you guys' points about the Jedi too, plus, I hate to be a hardcore Star Wars fan, but
you're in the right place.
I care for that. But in the lore of the universe, the Jedi got more and more bureaucratic and more out of touch with the galaxy as the centuries went on towards the Phantom Menace era. They got very out of touch, and they were playing the political game a lot more, too, within the Galactic Republic, since they were the peacekeepers. They had to play the political games of the Galactic Republic to try to keep the peace.
Yeah, you go ahead.
And that's fair, but I did want to get to the chat. There are a few of them, and Teatime brings up something we haven't mentioned yet. I think we all miss Jar Jar's lovable mug on every cup, pizza box, and soda products.
What's it?
Did you ever see the Jar Jar Binks tongue pop where you could French kiss Jar Jar Binks?
Are you trying to traumatize me?
You mean Darth Jar Jar, obviously.
That's right. Yes.
Oh, okay. Is that the case? Is he really a Sith? Is that the theory?
The iconic Jar Jar Sith theory. I remember that.
It's just a fun theory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I found out I don't really hate that he's clumsy or that he accidentally does the right thing or whatever. I just hate the way he talks. That's the only thing I don't like.
That's it? Okay.
Yeah, his
He's
voice
annoying.
his voice is totally cringe to me. It is. I hate his voice.
But Matt G says, regardless of how the movie turned out, I was never more hyped for a film than this one. Never will be matched in hype. And so that's something to remember. You were right about this, about one thing, Master. The negotiations were short. Yeah, there were
My
never any
head
negotiations.
hurts.
I love that line.
I love that line. God.
Jill's gone. Thank God. He's just
That's true too.
I love Jar Jar Binks.
Oh, wait, who loves Jar Jar Binks? Is that one of the Dans?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Okay.
I love how
Jar Jar's
he's,
okay.
I love how he's developed in the second film, especially because I think he's got a great character arc where he becomes like a senator and stuff.
Wait, Jar Jar. wait. When you say development, I was a little confused. I thought you meant character development.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, it's that George Lucas found how much the audience hated Jar Jar Binks, so he cut down Jar Jar Binks' time in the other movies.
Yeah,
but that's why. But he still becomes the senator, so I really like that.
Oh yeah,
that's something.
Oh yeah, and spoiler alert, he gave Palpatine the power he needed to become Emperor in Episode 2.
Okay,
Well, yeah,
I have to defend Jar Jar. I can't believe I have to do this. The people voted that in. He just announced it.
Yeah, exactly. They scapegoat him, but that's clearly everybody in the room when what is it, Masameda, I think it is, who has the courage to propose such a radical amendment. And you can tell they all want to do it. They're just, selfishly afraid of what it'll do to their political careers. And so Jar Jar, not really thinking about that because he doesn't care about his career, decides to do it. But they were going to do it anyway. So you're right. That's where ultimately this ridiculous Darth Jar Jar theory comes from. And it's like, well, no, it was just like you mentioned, it's just an announcement. It doesn't really mean anything. But it's sad because his character in the other books is shown to have been scapegoated and really loathed by everyone afterwards because he did that.
Yeah, and also about the midichlorians, I was going to point out that the Jedi's midichlorian counting is actually very selfless under the grounds that all forms of life have force potential. That's something that A New Hope establishes. Everyone can use the force. But some people have more force potential than others, like, say, Anakin, the Chosen One, for example. So when the Jedi are determining how many midichlorians a life form has when they're debating bringing them into the Order, they're thinking, how much can this person take in a given situation? How far can they go? Can they survive a scenario like this? That's what they're thinking about. So when someone doesn't have as much force potential as another person, they're thinking, okay, that person could get hurt or die easily. So we're going to try to go with the people that have the most force potential, to bring into our ranks so that, they're most likely going to be safe. And the irony in it is that in Star Wars lore, Obi-Wan is one of the lesser force potential Jedi. Like, he has some of the least midichlorians out of many members of the Order. But guess what? He still kicks Anakin's ass, which points to a quote George mentioned that you need talent and training, but you mostly need training. Talent alone isn't going to get you anywhere.
Yes, and to bounce off of that, Lucas, that's actually another reason why a lot of people, especially the Force sensitives that were rejected by the Jedi Order, have an axe to grind with the Jedi Order, and they turn to the dark side mainly, become enemies of the Jedi Order too.
Yeah. So midichlorians, they don't retcon anything. They don't change our understanding of Star Wars. It's basically taking the Eastern perspective of energy and manipulation and mastery and looking at it with a bit of science. And this isn't new either, because we talk about Ki and Chi when it comes to energy, which is what the Force is based on. But chakras is the more scientific aspect of it, the different chakras in our body. And that's really what
and the
midichlorians are based on, mixed with mitochondria.
But what I was originally getting at with that is Anakin having more midichlorians doesn't end up meaning anything. It's like it's the Jedi's belief in him as the chosen one, which causes them to take the wait and see approach with, oh, the Sith are back, wonder why, and they don't really do anything about it. And by episode 3, when they're sensing all this looming doom and closing in on them, they're starting to second guess this prophecy. So really, it's like Anakin is the chosen one, figuratively speaking, or having all these midichlorians. Like, it doesn't end up giving him any exceptional powers, compared to anybody else. It's just like this, in a sense, of false.
Anakin's.
It's a false hope that they're clinging to that ends up doing them in. Which is
not only that, but the destruction of Anakin Skywalker on Mustafar is based on his hubris in the thought that he is the chosen one. He's more powerful, and Obi-Wan says, "Don't, please."
Well, right, because what he's referring to in that instance as well is he's like, dude, I killed Darth Maul doing this same move. Don't try that move because I'm gonna do the same. And he didn't listen. It's like he remembered. It's like, dude, I was in your position before. I know exactly what you're gonna try and do, and it's not gonna work. And yet, Scott's right. It was his hubris, and it did him in.
There's a quote from Lucas saying that if Obi-Wan didn't go to face Anakin on Mustafar, Anakin would have become Emperor of the Universe. And there's a reason for that. The reason why that's the case is because Obi-Wan technically changed the course of history by slicing off most of Anakin's limbs. By doing that, Obi-Wan severed a good amount of Anakin's force potential. And if if he had most of his organic body parts attached to him, that meant that most of his force potential would still be there, which means that he would eventually usurp Palpatine and get power. This is the reason why when Yoda goes to Palpatine tells him, Lord Vader will become more powerful than either of us, because he would have. Anakin would have been the most powerful Force user in all of Star Wars. That's why you have all those joking memes about how full potential Anakin is the most dangerous character, and that's because it is. Anakin never reached his full potential.
I understand where you're coming from in terms of that sort of hypothetical. My problem with that is if Yoda had fought Anakin, Yoda is responsible for most of the training that Anakin underwent and would be more deftly able to take out Anakin. And it is the sentimentality
Yoda's
between
more
Anakin and Obi-Wan.
You're correct.
So it was when Yoda walks in to go see Sheev. I'm going to keep saying Sheev because it's so...
Stop doing that!
It's his name, yo.
Well, it is his first name. It is his first name.
I know. I just can't take it seriously. I'm sorry.
It's fine. We're supposed to be having fun. And so, but like he walks in and he's like, he was expecting outdated training from Sith. He was expecting something that the Jedi had elevated themselves above because they have been an order of truth and justice in the galaxy for 1,000 years, at least 1,000 generations. And he walked in and he was like, oh, shnikes, I am outmatched. I was not expecting this. But if Yoda fought Anakin, Yoda would have been able to take Anakin. That's my theory. I don't have any facts to back this up. But based on the metrics that you've just presented, I think Yoda and Anakin, I'm pretty sure that Yoda would really bad.
You have a point, because the one Jedi Palpatine was afraid of dealing with when he took over was Yoda. That's why when Yoda goes to face him, Palpatine tries to back away. Yoda says, "If so powerful, why leave?" Palpatine was scared of him, which is how it turns out. You know?
Jill, I hate to tell you how to steer the ship, but we did only get to 2 chats on the last chat break, and they are flooding.
Yeah, I know. I was wondering. Okay, so Eugene Bird asked me this twice. He said, ask me if the Queen's makeup and outfit made an impression on her. Yeah, I did realize she changed her outfits and her hair a whole bunch during this movie. But honestly, the weirdest thing about it is that I can't tell the difference between her and Padme. So when they switch and they're like, "Oh, I'm really the Queen. She's just my decoy." I'm just like, okay, it didn't really make a difference to me.
Well, that's the point.
It's because I don't know. There's not too much personality there anyway. But I don't really wear makeup, so it's like I don't really. I don't know what kind of answer Eugene Bird wants, but that's mine.
Well, it's kind of like kabuki. It's a very dramatic presentation, and I think that the costume design on it is fantastic. There are moments where like they go and they capture Padme or Queen Am, same person, like, and she's wearing like this full regal robe, and then they decide to walk down one hall and she's wearing like a black peacock thing, and it's like, when did you change? When? But then again, hyperspace, talking droids, I'm fine. I should relax about when the costume changes happen.
Tell me, was Queen Amidala's makeup actually
me.
Also a nod to Queen Elizabeth from England, not from that famous famous England queen that wore a lot of makeup. I forgot her name. Was it Elizabeth or some type of Elizabeth queen?
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth. You're right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Okay, so FKHC 2005. I was wondering if somebody was going to bring this up. I think George Lucas got into trouble with some of the aliens who may have been the Trade Federation being Asian, or Jar Jar Binks being and Watto being Jewish. Well, the thing is, I think I don't see it like that, because the thing is, these are aliens. They're alien. They're aliens.
I think I've always heard this, and I've always been like, well, you have to pull inspiration from somewhere. So why not pull inspiration from like an art culture? I was thinking, watching this today, rewatching it, because I started rewatching it, but I didn't have much time because of this podcast starting. Didn't have much time to watch like the entire film, but I did watch like these initial scenes. And I thought, well, they also pull like inspiration from like amphibians and stuff like that. Like, why aren't people like saying, "Oh, well, two amphibians they're being made of, fun off in this film"? Which, I think it's too extreme, the response in that sort of way.
I agree, and actually, I think by excluding other cultures from your science fiction, you're actually kind of whitewashing it in a way, and in this way, we can actually include all different cultures and stuff.
I don't think that's the issue they had with it. It's not that it's the way that he's playing into they perceive him as drawing on stereotypes, like the Trade Federation viceroys are these greedy, cowardly guys, and Watto being shrewd as ever with his voice and his appearance, and then Jar Jar and how everything that's so exaggerated about the way he talks and everything. I think that's what people were picking up on, whether it's well,
and Star Trek had that same issue with the Ferengi and allusions to Jewish people also. And
wait, people said there were Jewish stereotypes for the Ferengi, really?
Yeah.
Some people do say that.
But that's like saying goblins.
I always thought Watto was Greek.
You did?
Yeah.
Maybe he is. I don't know.
It's a matter of projecting. It's a matter of projecting your own sort of prejudices upon it. Like I saw an interview with George Lucas, and he's like, okay, so what you're saying is that the 6.5 foot tall amphibian rabbit is Jamaican. Maybe it's you who has the problem.
Yeah,
exactly.
I agree.
If you look at orcs and think black people, or you see goblins in Harry Potter and think they're Jewish, I think the problem is with you.
Yeah.
Agreed. I agree with this
completely.
completely.
At all. I see orcs and goblins.
Yeah. I mean, Jar Jar was from Disney.
Yeah, just because you hire someone to do the voice acting doesn't mean you need to ascribe their race to the alien fictional race that's being portrayed on movie screen.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get why they did that with the orcs, because as much as Tolkien said it wasn't, The Lord of the Rings was a very clear allegory for the West, and versus the Western Europe versus the East, and with all of that. But it's like, yeah, when you watch the movies, there's no way anybody with a rational mind can look at the orcs and think, oh yeah, those must be Asians. It's like, no, it's like yeah, you're right. It's like the problem's probably you at that point,
Exactly right.
Yes. Okay. Good. I'm glad we got that one out of the way.
Context behind it, like the historical context behind the books, and that's one thing. But in the movies, no.
Unless there is evidence saying, well, from the creators that said, like, we based such and such a character on, a certain race or whatever. But going back to your point about like stereotypes, I was thinking like, it's stereotypical that an amphibian race would have like a real long tongue, surely.
Wait, guys, based on the last comment I saw mentioning Force Ghost, I'm a bit confused. What's the relevance of Force Ghost to, is it to the Phantom Menace, or was that person referring to all of Star Wars?
I think maybe he's referring to the fact that, in this because they didn't in this
Okay,
movie
let's.
Qui-Gon doesn't become one when he dies.
No,
Oh,
but he
let's read.
does
Let's
in
read.
the Obi-Wan Kenobi series.
Right. Whereas
Oh.
in this movie, unlike Obi-Wan, when he dies in the original movie, he literally, it's not so much that he dies, he became one with the Force and he vanishes, whereas Qui-Gon suffers like a normal physical death. And maybe that's what they're asking about, because it wasn't really until
Qui-Gon,
Clone Wars that he brought that up.
to answer that question, Qui-Gon did have his Force Ghost training because he was the first Jedi in Lucas lore to approach the Shaman of the Wills and learn
Right,
about
yeah, but that
becoming
came
a Force
years
Ghost.
later.
He never completed his training. That's why he's normally just the voice. Kenobi, the show, technically contradicted Lucas's lore, specifically when they made him appear as a full-on ghost. But your guess is as good as mine.
Okay, so I need to read this. Matt G just tipped $2. He says, regardless of how the film turned out, Episode 1 is the most hyped I'll ever be for a film. I just couldn't believe it. There was going to be a new Star Wars. It was an end of an era for, and he continues. Where's the end of this? I need to find the end of this tip. Here it is. No, where did it go? No, I don't see it. I think the other end of this tip got eaten by StreamYard. I don't see it. Matt G, if you want to type what StreamYard didn't let you finish, I'll read the rest of it, okay? Sorry about that.
Someone commented Orcs Lives Matter. That was hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Tolkien disagrees.
Well, yeah, orcs don't have souls. That's real.
Orcs don't have souls.
I feel so bad for those orcs.
Omega in the Bad Batch. Oh, you're talking about
The
current
animated
Star Wars
series,
things.
yes. She had a high end count potential, but couldn't access the Force at all.
I don't remember much from the Bad Batch, but did Omega have any type of Force training at all?
She did with what's her name? Can't remember her name now. Yeah, Ventress. She had a training session with Ventress.
Appearance.
Well,
Yeah.
I haven't seen that show because after the season 6 or season 5 of Clone Wars, I stopped watching the Clone Wars after that.
Hey, Jim's Landscape. Hello, how are you doing today? If so powerful you have become, why run? Says Eugene Bird.
True story.
I mean,
just curious because it attracted women to the character. Well, yeah, she is striking, definitely.
Are we talking about Boss Nass and how sexy Boss Nass is?
Yes, yeah. Oh, yes. That's exactly who we're talking about, Scotty. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
There he is.
Scotty. Well, then you must love frog people, Scotty, huh?
Well, it's not easy being green, you know.
Apparently, they were all supposed to be green, but something happened. I don't know what.
I do have a question about the ears of the Gungans, because apparently everyone has ears except for Boss Nass. So I don't get it.
Yeah, he doesn't have the big floppy ears.
It was an accident with the mechanical rice picker.
Ah, see? Thank you, Z3PO.
Hey!
Well,
Oh
it's
my
either
God! Thank
well,
you
it's
for
either
bringing a Star Trek.
Well, it's either that or his ears are tucked away underneath his hat. They're still twisted up underneath his hat.
I like the rice picker better.
Me too.
So what's
happened to
actually
Spock
going
as
on
well.
here? This planet Naboo has got two dominant species. You've got the humanoids who live above surface, and the Gungans, who established a different evolutionary path underwater. They're obviously technologically advanced with their water shields and their underwater craft. Why have they not established any trade relations with the Naboo?
Because the Gungans are basically a warrior class, and the human Naboo are like a pacifist class, and they're basically racist against each other because of it.
Yeah, they don't trust each other. They stay peaceful, but I guess they don't work together.
And that's like
He's an
the big
uneasy.
And that's
When
like,
Padme asked Jar Jar if he was a Gungan, surely she should know of their existence.
Well, they're also very isolationist to
Yeah.
each other's
Yeah, she
cultures
should
and all that. So
They
really
just never see each other.
Yeah, there's really any contact between the two species before episode 1. There probably were rumors about the Gungans, but they probably were horror stories.
But
of
they
the
would know
Silver
what they
Star
look
Wars.
like since they
Oh, yeah,
can breathe oxygen. There will always be rebels who don't want to.
well, I think part of that is also she was probably very sheltered. She's supposed to be like 14 and probably been raised in the palace of the city and all that kind of stuff. So she's not really as educated about, all the different cultures and stuff on the boo as she could be, because that's just how racist each side is. They just want nothing to do with each other and don't really pay attention to what they're doing. And that's the biggest obstacle that they have for themselves, because if they were unified, then the Trade Federation would have failed at the outset, which is what I was mentioning earlier. And that, yeah, I like the first half hour of this movie, but once you get past that middle hour, it's like, well, if you guys had just joined forces to begin with, you wouldn't have had this whole, the whole little adventure. And that's, part of the, that's part of what George's moral message is too. Like, oh, you should be bridging cultures and, reaching out and not being, racist towards each other.
Oh, that would have been so nice if they actually pulled that
The
together.
symbiotic circle.
A kind of more of
Right.
a cohesive message, because that didn't come
Well,
across at all.
it does come across perfectly well at the end of the movie when they have their
At the end, finally.
celebration. Well, yeah, but you get that they're both, very suspicious of each other in the beginning and that they hate each other, and it's kind of clear, as to why. But then, like, for instance, the Trade Federation is like the battle droids are basically security droids. I joke that it's like, imagine if FedEx decided to invade a third world country. That's basically what this is. And because the Naboo are pacifists, they can't do anything to stop it. And because they're racist against the Gungans who don't want to help, who are underwater, they're not able to stop it either. And yet it's like, if you guys would just stop being so petty towards each other, this never would have gotten a hold. So yeah, even as a 10-year-old when I saw it, I could pick up on the the anti-racism, message of that story.
That's wonderful, Kat. I want to say hello to Faith Eclipse Beth.
Hey, Faith.
Hey. She says, I love Amidala/Padme. I am female.
Why did she say that backwards?
I enjoy Amidala/Padme as well because she's a female.
There you go. And hello, hey, Tim's Talk's here. Hello, Tim's Talk. He's a great Star Wars fan.
Yes.
And Do the Evolution 78 is also hanging out.
Everybody's doing a brand new dance now. Come on, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Do the evolution.
No offense to anyone, but this seems to be an American thing to equate aliens with different races on Earth. Yeah, I know. It's a weird habit we have. We get fixated.
I thought Melvin deeply asks an interesting question.
Oh, okay. Let me start this comment and tell me, is it this one?
It's the one that's 7:04 p.m.
7 before 4 p.m.
7:04.
Okay. The only one I see is this.
Okay, it says, yeah, that's it.
Okay, please read the question.
How did 10,000 Jedi keep the peace in an entire galaxy? There are roughly 16,000 police in Scotland, and it's nowhere near enough for a country of only 5 million people.
I think that's because there's only 10,000 Jedi at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, but there's a lot more spread out throughout the galaxy, I think.
Yeah, there was a quote from Lucas saying that before Order 66 there were 100,000 Jedi. I don't think that would, keep track of an entire galaxy or universe, but that seemed to be the amount, according to him, which is still a lot, in my opinion.
Yeah, and there's also
these. Oh, sorry.
That's also another thing.
One at a time, guys.
It's the Jedi's reputation too that precedes them to keep everyone in line, because they know that Jedi are all powerful, very powerful Force users. That keeps everyone in line because they don't want to get in the way of the Jedi using their powers against them.
And it's also they're more subservient to the Republic as opposed to all the planets in the Outer Rim or the Unknown Regions. I mean, it says the galaxy, but when you watch the movie, it's clear that their relationship is primarily with the Republic, not everywhere else. So,
well, here's you go ahead.
I just mean that ideally they're keeping peace throughout the galaxy, and like you mentioned, they have a reputation. Some people might be afraid of them; they don't want to mess with them. But it's like primarily they're doing their business with the Republic because that's the strongest government and economy and majority throughout the most of the galaxy. But I'm not sure if they're keeping the peace throughout the Outer Rim or the unknown regions. I never really got that sense.
No,
And the
Okay,
peace in
so
Scotland.
there's a natural one of the misconceptions is here we're equating Jedi to police officers, and Lucas once made it clear the Jedi aren't police officers; they're peace officers. Well, what I'm referring to here is that there's a natural flow of life and death in the universe when it comes to the Force, where life and death occurs naturally. The Force gives life, life goes away. Then, life can give back to the Force as it passes on through death. And the Jedi are supposed to maintain that nature. But when certain things interfere with that, like, say, a Sith that wants to live forever or keep people alive forever, that's an unnatural corruption that will interfere with the nature. Or let's say someone wants to fight, someone else and create this galactic or cosmic war, which leads to all this life and death. It could be for a good purpose, but they want to do it because they have their ideals. That will get in the way of that natural set when it comes to the universe. So this is where the Jedi have to step in and say, no, don't do that. Don't kill each other. Don't go to war. Don't cause all this destruction. Remain peaceful. That's why the Jedi are peace officers. They're supposed to be keeping the universe at a natural flow.
Okay, and I heard Z3PO starting to say something. What did you want to add to this?
That Scottish police don't have lightsabers.
That sucks.
I'm glad I asked.
They'd be feared a lot more if they did.
Yes.
To relate to what's on screen, is Naboo's planet core made of water? What's going on here?
I guess they have very deep oceans.
Is this really just a tunnel?
Maybe that's more figurative speach. Like, yeah,
It's really just a tunnel.
Yeah, like tunnels underwater. I think Boss Nass is also just being boisterous and because I'm the leader of the underwater. We're better than that kind of stuff. I don't think it's necessarily a literal meaning that the planet's actual core. Because I didn't get the impression that this journey in that little submarine went all the way to the core of the planet. It's like just going through a few tunnels.
Yeah, me too. Okay, thank you.
Well, and I do. If it's not too much trouble, the invasion of Feed is, I think, great. I think it looks great. Seeing the tanks and the hover tanks and the flying skiffs. I forget what they were called. The platforms that the battle droids fly on. But throughout it, we got John Williams, who I think is very clearly lifting Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade with all of the Nazi anthems. Like dun 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 dun. That is absolutely out of Last Crusade.
Well, Scotty, he did write that too.
Well, yeah, that's why I bring it up, yo.
Man,
the music is great.
Did you find comparisons, or am I just hearing John Williams in everything that John Williams composes?
I think that's just you.
Okay.
Ouch.
I'm sure that John Williams reuses bits that he makes up
But even his homage may be a little similar in terms of, because we are talking about an invading horrible force, an invading army that is going to suppress the Naboo. It doesn't bother me that he lifted a little bit from it. I'm just asking if there was any common comparison.
Yeah, especially when he's lifting from himself. Go ahead.
I hear it now. I think it's important. It's an important point that goes to the same composer. Like each composer has their own style.
Yeah.
Yeah, composers always borrow different notes and reuse things from different scores. If you got an ear for it, you pick up on it.
So I want to read this one because Taylor Swift, Matt G, sent a tip earlier, and I think this might be his full thing that he wanted to say earlier. I saw episode 1 in one of my childhood theaters, and that was the last time I went to my old theaters. Then I saw it again at at the new theater I still go to. So it was literally the end of an era for me, as well as symbolically. And hello to Sentai Ranger Johnny. Hey, hope
Hey,
everyone is
phenomenal.
well on this day between Cobra Kai and Star Wars Day. I didn't know there was a Cobra Kai Day.
Wait, is Cobra Kai season 6 getting released today? That's probably why.
They put out a trailer like the other day, so maybe that's what they're referring
Yeah,
to.
yeah. I'm wondering, unless it's an anniversary, maybe.
Yes. Yes, and Faith was replying to Eugene about Padme. Sure. Yeah, because Eugene is very interested in that. And actually, Sentai Ranger Diney says, I'm about to relive The Phantom Menace on Disney Plus once again, this time in honor of its 25th anniversary theatrical re-release. So, is anyone going to that?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it tomorrow.
Yeah, I might be going later today.
Is it going to be in all theaters or just a select few?
I think it's a wide rollout, so I think it's everywhere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, plus I find it sad that now Lucasfilm and Disney has to re-release the old stuff just to make money off it, because they know the new stuff is full crap. That's not.
That's not why they're doing it, because it's an anniversary and they know there'll be an audience for it. Like they just released Alien last week too, and but they didn't really promote it, which was a bit odd because it's the same distributor.
A silent release, a silent, quiet release.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I
Scotty,
want to say hello to Brogu. Hey, Brogu, how are you?
Hi.
Oh, yeah, and Scotty, to answer your question, those are called droid drop ships.
Yeah. And hello to Herc130. How are you doing today? Yesterday marked 6 years since that series debuted on YouTube Red.
Oh, anniversary. Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what the Cobra Kai. Okay, that's what that meant. All right.
Right, yeah.
Neat. Well, that's cool.
And Loud House Day, too.
There we are.
We're also acknowledging Loud House. Okay.
The invasion is. They don't have to kill anybody or anything because the Naboo don't have an army because they're
no army,
they
no Navy, no Air Force. They're pretty crap at defending themselves, to be honest.
Well, actually, they do have an Air Force, just that they did not use it because they thought the Air Force will be annihilated with all the droid fighters that are in space.
I think they could have made it more obvious that Palpatine is also the Emperor, because, like, I was a fan of the prequels when they came out. My brother also was a fan. I realized that he must have been about 6 years old when the Phantom Menace came out. And even after Attack of the Clones came out, like, he didn't realize that Palpatine and the Emperor are the same person.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was the disguise that good? You know what I think? I think Sidious should have worn a mask over that cloak, just to be sure.
Yeah, are those cloaks meant to be disguises? Because that they reveal your whole face, so it
I was
doesn't
only
exactly
being
work.
sarcastic. I was not being literal.
But I think it would be more intriguing if you didn't recognize him.
Yeah. I love the cloaks as well. Something I always loved about like the Star Wars trilogy. So glad they brought it back for the prequels.
Best thing, Sith can corrupt and distort the Force so much that they could blind you. Like, even though you can see, they can blind you to the situation. So I don't think Palpatine has to worry about wearing a mask or any of that. You know, a cloak could just work for him fine.
Okay, so
They only have 3 fingers. I never noticed that.
The fact, though, that the Nemoidians don't recognize him as being the senator of the planet they're invading is pretty bad.
Or why they don't question it later when they're
when they go to try. I mean, yeah, it's like I think in the canon books or whatever, they blame, oh, it was this other guy that said blah, 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 but then nobody really believes them except the Jedi. But the Jedi don't publicly voice that. They just keep quiet about it.
Did they even meet Palpatine, or was it just Zoom voice holographic call with this mysterious Lord Sidious or whatever?
That theory is for, or that theory right there is for more likely than you think.
What theory?
The theory that you just said.
Yeah. I'm wondering, were they just like, oh, we're tired of these taxes. We need a solution. In comes mysterious, shady, hooded guy. I can help you take care of your tax problem.
Exactly.
Okay. We'll just assume this shady guy on the HoloNet. He'll help us with our tax problem. He just wants us to invade this planet for some reason.
Hey, Herc 130 is here. Hey, Flyboy. And also, big shout out before we get to the man of the hour, the Tower of Power, the only person who could save this ship. Let's give a big shout out to Rick Oley. He sold drugs to Wayne in Wayne's World 2 and also to Withnull, which I remember because I was there. That's why the movie's called Withnull and I.
Also, later on in the movie, he shows Anakin how to fly the ship.
Oh.
I wish he.
I forget the name of the actor, but he's so good. But I always thought he was a charismatic presence whenever he showed up in movies of the late '90s, early 2000s. I think he's still with us, but he is. I wish he like a lot of the characters that show up in the Phantom Menace. I wish that they came back. Captain Panaka, Rick Oley. I want these people back, but not to be.
Yeah, and just for a little lore dump, the Trade Federation in the blockade, they mainly using battleships. They're not using cargo ships because by this time the Trade Federation is somewhat of a militarized trading company.
Wayland-Yutani?
No.
The Trade Federation different galaxy.
Star Wars.
Okay, so thank you for that, Sci-Fi Sith Dan. I was wondering, so they before the Queen gets off of the planet and whatever, they really want her to sign that treaty, but instead of having her sign the treaty, they say send her to prison or send her to this place instead of the thing that they want. So
process her, take her to Camp 4.
Process her instead. And I guess someone answered the question earlier, is if she did sign that treaty, it wouldn't have been good for Palpatine. So nobody actually wanted her to sign the treaty. They just want you to think she wants to sign the treaty. Now, you know what? This movie is a bangled mess.
Well, actually, and if she signed the treaty, it would have caused the problem anyway. Just be a little more convenient and cover for Palpatine to make the crisis more serious for him. So either way, Palpatine wins.
There is a moment.
Only the Nemoidians cared about that treaty. I'm pretty sure they're the only ones that really cared about it, honestly.
Well, no, because it is even later on after Amidala goes back to Coruscant, and then she's like, "We have to protect Naboo. I'm gonna go back," and then Palpatine says, "They're gonna make you sign the treaty," and Amidala says, "I'm not signing any treaty, but I have absolutely no faith in the Republic or the Senate. Do whatever you want. I'm going to go stand with the Naboo people and try and bring an end to the subjugation of our planet." At which point Palpatine is like, "Excellent. He is the Mr. Burns of this."
Okay, so, you know what? That's fair enough.
Yeah, but Palpatine is doing an act with Padme Amidala, and whenever they interact, he's put on an act. Because in reality, politicians do put on an act when they interact with people. They do,
especially when they're Sith Lords. Yeah.
Okay, so then my other question is, okay, so this blockade is not that strong because this little ship gets through it pretty easily. So,
but Jill, I can assure you, our blockade is completely legal.
It's one ship, that's why. Plus, it's for plot convenience, too. It's for plot convenience, too.
What?
I'm not being serious.
I like Nemodians.
Some
of my best friends are Nemodians.
Wait, hold on. You said some of your best friends are Nemodians. Can you hook me up? I'd like to invest.
Now who likes frog people?
Yeah, I hear they're good with investing.
Well, we do have frog people. They're called the Wall Street Stock Exchange.
Hey, good enough. I don't care. Who has money? That's all I care about.
Well, R2D2.
There he is, the man of the hour, the Tower of Power, the hero of the entire Star Wars galaxy.
So does that mean R2D2 is from Naboo as well?
Yes.
It's just basically just shoehorning in characters, right?
Wait. Z3PO, that's a very interesting question because, again, we were discussing what the trade restrictions would be. Maybe you wouldn't be able to get any more astromech droids because they're shipped in from off-planet. So maybe R2D2 is not a Naboo, but he is property of Naboo, which, again, brings us back to the nature of slavery for droids.
And he's not only in the Star Wars films, but in the Star Trek ones as well.
Oh, yeah, don't remind me. Yes, this is true. In one of the JJ films, R2D2 smashes against the ship and bounces off. And,
I thought R2D2 was in the master display on the engineering of the Enterprise D in engineering.
Appears quite a lot. I think he's in.
What? He's in the Next Generation? Did you say that?
I think he's on the master display in engineering. He is on the Enterprise. They have a little compartment. It's like right beside Cetacean.
I didn't know he was in real Star Trek. That's crazy.
I guess
People love Star Wars.
I thought so. Star Wars does exist in Star Trek in the universe, then, huh?
Yeah, he appears in the 2009 Star Trek movie and again in the 2013 Into Darkness. Both times he's being blown out a window.
Well, that just harkens to when JJ said, "I don't really like Star Trek. I like Star Wars." But apparently he doesn't really like Star Wars that much.
The irony is, I feel he did a better job with Star Trek than Star Wars. I'm just gonna say it.
Well, that's because he turned Star Trek into Star Wars and Star Wars into God knows what.
Yeah, you know what? Agreed.
I definitely disagree, but each to their own.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, and these Trade Federation ships are actually warships. They're not cargo ships. Because there is a difference between a Trade Federation cargo ship and a Trade Federation warship. These are warships that are orbiting Naboo.
Well, and I really enjoyed the sort of expansion of the Trade Federation ships in Attack of the Clones when they have the globes land on the planet, but then they launch again and they go back into their sort of crescent moons of docking ships. How do you guys feel about the design of the spaceships in the Phantom Menace? Because I remember, and in the prequel trilogies as a whole, I remember going back and being like, yeah, we're going to see Star Wars. And I was like, Star Destroyers, TIE Fighters, X-Wings, and we got none of it.
Well, I would say that this Trade Federation ship design, that looks pretty damn good. Because this ship design looks like it could bust through a space naval blockade, no problem.
I prefer them over the ships of the original trilogy.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah, now I have a debate in my head. A Trade Federation battleship versus a Star Destroyer. Who wins?
Star Destroyer. I love the Star Destroyer. I think it's one of my favorite. It's probably my second favorite starship design after the Enterprise, the original Constitution. But to each their own. It's like, what's your favorite car is the question, and whether or not you like the new model of the Lucas 5000s, or if you prefer, I was more of a Corvair man, my friend.
This movie was made in kind of a magical era between when they were still doing practical effects and then they started bringing in the digital stuff, and the digital stuff really does shine in this. when they do that.
I
But
think
I
it
want.
looks great in 4K.
Oh, you like to? Oh, it's been in 4K. But I want to. Brinkle Walker wants to remind us: Mr. Brown Alliance is doing Star Wars Episode 2: Attack of the Clones, 12-hour movie discussion live stream tomorrow at this link. If you look at your screen on YouTube, you can see the link. YouTube.com.
Wait, so it's a
Yeah.
12-hour movie discussion?
Yep.
Yes.
Starts at midday British time, on to midnight. So we'll be getting people on and off over the course of the evening. Various different YouTubers will be popping in every hour or so to give their 2 pence. Hopefully we'll get it done in 8. I hope.
Fingers crossed.
But it's definitely going to be entertaining.
Absolutely.
And I can see why this takes a long time. I'm only 16 minutes into my 1 hour of slides, so I can see. And I bet you guys have way more to say about all this stuff.
I think it was Gavin.
Mr. Brown Alliance.
Oh, absolutely. I'll put the link in the chat. But I think Gavin Blackburn said, "You guys are taking so long. This is going to be like a 4-part," which is exactly what Mr. Brown's Alliance did in reviewing the Phantom Menace before us. And so we can only stand on the shoulders of giants as discussing this film. But God. It is dense and people have opinions, and that is why I'm on the internet.
I think it's fascinating everything you guys have had to say on this movie so far, and I thank you guys for being here. I thought Booger 414 says I thought the whole saga was really the R2-D2 story. It's all from his point of view. I really do like anytime I see him and everything he does.
And that is a George Lucas quote.
No, that is correct. Yeah, R2, the entire Skywalker saga, the whole story, inside of that little droid.
Oh, it is? That is kind of funny, but I could see that.
No,
well, he was...
Lucas had this idea, Jill, that the Wills, which are basically the gods of Star Wars, would apparently be told the story of the Skywalkers by R2-D2, and that's why the story of the Skywalkers are in the Journal of the Wills, which is interesting to me, anyway.
Yeah.
James Caserta is here. He says, dancing Daleks makes me happy. Okay. Is Dalek here? No. Okay. I don't think he's here. I don't know why he said that.
Yeah, Daleks make me nervous.
Oh, and here's the link to Mr. Brown
I like
Lions.
the little balls.
YouTube.com/@Mr. Brown Lions. Definitely check that out. That's going to be, if you need to celebrate Star Wars Day, there's where you should go.
Well, and so much good content across the board. I just put the channel address so that you can go and explore.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Gavin Blackburn says, until Force Awakens, where R2 just sat in a corner with the blanket on. I know, like you do with the.
Well, that's because they wanted to sell BB-8 merch, isn't it?
Yeah,
You
no,
could
that
have
was
used
a
both. shame. You could have used both. You didn't need to throw R2 on the sidelines. God, I hate those.
Yeah, exactly. And they could have beeped at each other, and R2 could have smacked BB around.
Yeah, the seasoned veterans showing the rookie a few tricks.
Right, it could have paralleled Jedi and his Padawan or something cute like that. I would have been through that. Okay, so where are we? R2-D2
she has disappeared, my lord.
All right, so thanks to R2-D2, and Padme has to clean him.
I wonder if there's any like digital elements, volumes.
Digital which?
Digital elements, like whether they're eye blinks or whatever, were added digitally.
I was wondering the same thing when I watched this, because the Nemodians were blinking. And also, I assume that the version that we're watching is going to be CGI Yoda and not that weird left in the sun Boglin that was in the theatrical release in 1999.
We'll see.
We will. We'll get there. Whenever we get to Coruscant, it's going to take 4 days and a pod race. But yeah, like I think that was added in the same sort of vein as adding, let's make Ewoks blink. And everyone was like, well, George, you have the money. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, or better yet, who shot first, Scotty?
I do really like whether the blinking is added digitally or not. I do really like the design of the Nemoidian eyes. I think it's really cool.
And the answer is Han shot. No one shot first. Han shot.
Honestly, I prefer the latest edit where Han just dodges it with his neck. It's like he's a speedster. He has flash powers.
Jill, can you go back 2 slides?
That was hilarious.
Does she just dox her? No, one more forward.
Oh,
Does she just
forward.
doxed her handmaiden?
It's interesting.
Yeah, she does.
She calls her Padme.
She does call her
obviously
Padme.
the Queen's name.
Yes.
So I always wondered whether this is what tipped off Qui-Gon Jinn as to the real identity of the Queen.
Yeah, plus, is that Natalie Portman, or is she playing 2 characters right here?
I think
that's Keira Knightley in the black dress.
They're different characters. They just look the same. They just sound twins.
Yeah, well, my question was because Natalie Portman, she has the look of mild surprise on her face whenever her double said Padme right there.
Well,
she's putting on a show, so
Yeah, it's the entire reason for a decoy. But the thing that I really enjoy about this is that this is like when and going back to Star Trek, this is like when McCoy and Scotty go to get the transparent aluminum, and Scotty is just bossing around Dr. McCoy, and McCoy goes like, "Don't get lost in the part."
Well, she
and
also
it's the same thing because it's like, Padme, why don't you go clean that droid? And it's like, I'm a queen, bitch.
That's not why she asked her to do that. She asked her to do that. She asked her to do that to have a reason for Padme to walk around in front of her so she could signal to her whether this is the plan we should go with. And the cover reason is go clean the droid. But if you look, she comes around the front, and it's like, because this is just the decoy. She's not supposed to make major decisions. She's supposed to consult with the actual queen. So she calls her saying, clean up the droid, but she says that to get her to come around in front of her to see what she's, motioning that, yes, it's okay, we can go with this plan.
I would like to point out, just for what's on the screen, theory absolutely confirmed. Jar Jar Binks is Jesus.
He's the key to all of this, guys. Everything.
Anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt, Kat.
He's the key to everything.
Well,
but that does make sense. I do. Like, when I watch this and I'm trying to sort of check out and see where things are matching up and how everything is planned and manipulated and who's helping who and what are the relationships, the key relationships throughout, it does piece together. I think that it is a little, like, I don't know, it gets a little convoluted. It gets heavy on the plot, but don't worry about that now because we're on Tatooine, so everything's just going to turn into a car race.
Yeah, exactly, because their hyperdrive, they need a new one, and they're stuck here. They don't have they can't contact anybody, I guess. And
well, they
can.
Well, Jill, they can, but they're afraid that their signal will be traced by the Trade Federation to Tatooine or to where they are. That's why. So, Qui-Gon Jinn does not want their radio transmission to be traced to where they are because they're easier for the Trade Federation
hence
and
they
Darth
can't
Maul to
contact
track.
anyone.
Hey, Jill, it's your favorite part of the movie.
Star Wars so often has sort of a lived-in appearance to like the spacecraft and stuff that I would, that craft that lands in the desert. Like I was like, wow, this is like really bright and gleaming for a Star Wars ship.
Hey, Dan, your voice, I didn't really hear that. What did you say?
I can't. Yeah, I know. I have been asking about that. I think there's something going on with Dan's microphone, but I'm not sure what.
Oh,
and
sorry
I
about
really
that.
want to know.
It's so awkward saying my name to myself over and over again. Oh, man.
No, but you sounded so good on Tuesday, so I'm wondering what's different today.
Oh, maybe I'll leave and come back.
I know what it is. It's too many
Yeah.
Dans. It's causing a cosmic shift. It's a crisis of infinite Dans. This is a problem. Only one Dan per space.
There's a Dan overload, I think, is absolutely true.
Well, then let's go by our YouTube handles then.
No, it was just a joke. Sci-fi Sith Dan, it's okay. Booger414 says, please allow myself to introduce myself. What?
What?
Okay, let's see if that helps.
Can you hear me?
What?
Can you hear me, Advisor?
Yes.
I think so.
I think so.
Okay.
Try to say what you were trying to say earlier, if you remember.
The Star Wars so often has like a lived-in sort of appearance to the spacecraft that I was like really surprised by how sort of bright and gleaming the spacecraft is that they land on the desert of Tatooine with. Like really reflective.
It's reflective?
Yeah, it looks like really shiny, you know.
Oh yeah, it is. It is pretty shiny, and I think a lot of the backgrounds kind of look like Windows backdrops, like the rolling hills and everything.
Oh, definitely for sure.
I'm kidding. The rolling hills. I heard you correctly.
When they have the Gungan fight at the end, it's like it's taking place on an XP desktop.
So Qui-Gon Jinn, he finds the one parts dealer that he can't do a Jedi mind trick on. So he's
those damn Tridarians. They don't fall for Jedi mind tricks like every other species does. Oh, Hutts.
But he's not the only trader on the planet. So why didn't he go to someone else who will trade credits and trade?
I'm pretty sure
a different currency.
Yeah,
nobody would trade Republic credits in the Outer Rim because it's a Republic currency, and they're not, in the Republic.
Okay.
Right.
And the fact that there's no, even though Tatooine is more or less the capital planet for the Hutt space, the fact that there's no Jedi here that they could reach out to further shows that the Jedi have no presence really in the Outer Rim, or not much authority because they're
not every planet, but yeah.
But I'm just bothered by the fact that, Obi-Wan calls him later and he's like, what if it's true and the people are dying and they're all rounded up in these concentration camps and stuff? And it's like, oh, but we can't steal a hyperdrive and pay the guy back later because that's wrong. It's like,
well, Jedi always go for the most peaceful route.
Right, but if people are dying and starving to death and the reason we can't do it is because he can't cut this guy an IOU.
Yeah.
But hey, let's put the slave kid in a devastating pod race.
Exactly.
It just goes to the like the I guess Eastern portrayal of hero-based characters, which the Jedi seem to pull from. Very universal stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, plus it sort of shows how bureaucratic they are too. They have to go through the proper channels to get things done.
Well, I think it's more of a morality is what they're trying to go for.
Yeah, but it's not the type of morality we have. That's the I think that's one of the bigger disconnects audiences had with the Jedi is that Jedi morality is more universal based, not really personal morality. It's like, yeah, these people are suffering here, but the universe is at peace. We were able to keep things better off than they could have been, which I don't think is a mentality a lot of people in America would have, more or less.
Yeah, that is an important point. Is to figure out what
they're based on Eastern monks. Like, yeah, the Jedi are influenced by many things, but the Eastern aspect is the dominant one, and it causes a lot of confusion with audiences.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it also shows that they're more concerned about the Republic, and they're not really concerned about the injustices and stuff going on in the Outer Rim because they have no real presence there because they're subservient to the Republic more than everybody else in the galaxy.
Yeah, they're not making their own way at this point.
Yeah, plus the Galactic Republic sort of by this point ignores all the major problems in the Outer Rim and the unknown regions and somewhat in the Mid Rim, even though the Mid Rim is in the Galactic Republic's control.
Pretty sure the Republic doesn't have a lot of jurisdiction in the Outer Rim itself.
Right, they don't. Yeah, because this is all what would be classified as Hutt space, because it's like a cartel that runs a lot of these planets, and the Jedi don't really have any authority there. But you can tell they're not really concerned about the fact that they don't have authority there, because they're more concerned with the Republic, because that comprises the majority of the known planets and known civilizations in the galaxy. So that's where their primary concern is.
Yeah, but this goes back to Anakin's fantasy of being a Jedi and just freeing all the slaves. Imagine going to this area or land where you have no jurisdiction, dictating how things run there, potentially starting a war and causing lots of death. And
well, Luke Skywalker does just that in Return of the Jedi, where he marches in on Jabba, who is perfectly justified, and he gave Han Solo chance after chance after chance. And Luke goes in there, and yeah, he gives Jabba chances, but it's like, this isn't like Republic normal law. This is Jabba's law, and you're going in there, and they don't really focus on the repercussions of taking out the head of the Hutt cartel.
According to Lucas, Luke was battling internally with the light side and the dark side during Return of the Jedi. So certain decisions Luke was making, like force choking those guards.
Well, I get it, but I mean, like, it's still the same kind of idea. Like a Jedi goes in there where he doesn't really have authority, and he decides, well, I'm gonna, go in and save the day because he feels that's the right thing to do. Even though if you think about it, I mean, yeah, it's horrible what happened to Han, but he had 3 years? He had all that money. He could have paid back Jabba anytime he wanted to, and he didn't. And it's like, well, Jabba runs this place, and that's it's their rules. So
yeah. I'm glad you brought up Return of the Jedi.
Not to mention the whole Empire. They have a lot of slaves and everything. And what is Luke Skywalker as the lead Jedi trying to do? It's like topple the Empire because it's corrupt and it's evil.
Well, Luke's role, more or less, as a rebel, it's to face the Empire, but in terms of Ben and Yoda as a Jedi, it's really to face the Sith. That should be his main priority. It's like that's ironically, the minute Vader does what he's supposed to do, everything falls into place. So ultimately, the battle against the Sith is the actual relevant thing.
I agree. I was referring to the fact that Luke is, as we know from the opening crawl of Empire, is like the leader of Rogue Squadron in the Rebel Alliance as well. So he's kind of he's trying to do both things. In a sense, he's kind of embodying what Anakin's Jedi fantasy was. We're going to take down the bad guys and liberate people and save the galaxy.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad you brought up Return of the Jedi, because it adds the complexity to how Luke had to abandon his I don't know if I should use the term Jean American mindset of jumping in, righting the wrongs, and go into the Jedi mindset of how can I maintain peace in the universe, which is a lot more gentler, and it's more complex than just jumping in and fighting bad guys, which he does that in Empire, and well, we know what happens to him.
Yeah, well,
apparently that has a lot to do with balance. But I just wanted to, before Sci-Fi Sith Dan says what he wants to say, I wanted to address what Dan Leckie asked, why it's so bright, why it's so reflective. It's so bright in there because Watto's people secretly control all the power generators. What? Okay, I think, that was a joke.
I also thought it was quite funny if you take like the screenshot back one. Or maybe it's two.
Oh, it's okay. I can't go screen cap.
Yeah,
screen
this one.
cap.
Yeah,
This is a video.
it's this one where I was like, oh, it seems like they're referencing the Outlander TV series.
Oh, that's possible. Oh, Outlanders. Yeah, that's what they're called. But there is one production thing that I learned is that he only has one tusk because otherwise they wouldn't have been able to articulate his whole mouth. The Watto guy. So there. The thing that having failed to mind trick Watto, Qui-Gon can expect Watto to tell the other dealers to watch out for this guy. Mind tricks. work on the weak and ill-prepared. Oh, hey, that's a possibility. Well, actually, but does Matter actually care about other people?
Word gets out in old Tatooine. You're right. Yeah.
Okay,
And they did set that up in A New Hope too. Obi-Wan said the Force has a great influence on the weak-minded.
Yeah.
I thought it's cool, like, within, what, about, like, 20 minutes or something of this film, like, they go to Tatooine, and, like, you know, it's obviously, like, a well-established setting from the original trilogy, so probably, like, you know, it would have been, like, sort of a good idea of, you know, to sort of maintain interest with Star Wars fans at the time. Additionally, like, got the moon, which is a new planet, back to Tatooine, and
Yeah, here's Jar Jar getting in trouble again.
Classic. I always wondered what those frog things tasted like. He was so eager to eat one.
Chicken.
Chicken? That's chicken?
everything tastes like chicken.
Everything tastes like chicken.
Shit. Oh, it tastes like chicken.
It might taste like chicken because this other guy seems really offended at first, but then at the very end of the scene, he's chowing down on it. He seems perfectly fine now at the end. So, must be fine. But I don't like frog. I've tried it before. This is space frog, I guess.
Yeah, and in this scene, Qui-Gon Jinn reveals he's a Jedi to Anakin by lifting up his cloak.
Yeah.
I wonder when the old woman says there's a storm coming, I wonder if that's a foreshadowing of stormtroopers.
Maybe.
I'm not sure if they filmed this storm scene before or after a real storm took out the whole village and they had to rebuild it in the production of this movie. I don't.
Oh, an actual sandstorm.
Yeah, an actual storm took things out.
Yeah, plus, in a sense, there is a galactic storm coming in the Star Wars galaxy in the prequel trilogy.
Yeah.
And you're right, Sci-Fi Sith Dan. Anakin knows that they're Jedi because they reveal that they have the weapons. They have their lightsabers, and he knows what those are.
Belt. Yeah.
Yep. So that's a good point. Anakin is he hasn't experienced much, but he pays attention to what he does see.
Anakin's surprisingly intelligent for his age. At 9 years old, he could build robots. I mean, knows how to race. He's, it's impressive.
Oh, what's the term? He's a child prodigy, in other words.
Yeah, exactly. A little Tony Stark, minus the money.
But maybe, do we know it's not that? Do we know it's sort of uncommon for his species?
Humans or people on Tatooine?
Either.
Tatooinians? I don't even know how to say that. Tattoons? Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, the other children don't seem to be building pod racers because they're making fun of him for it. So no, I don't think it's usual.
They're kicking balls in the sand. That's what they're doing. Making fun of Anakin for wanting to pod race.
Well, they're playing games and playing with toys and stuff, and he's just more, mechanically minded and intrigued by, building things and, that type of stuff.
C-3PO is Anakin's first kid. That's why I say he's the oldest in the Skywalker family tree.
Yeah, yes, you're right. That is true. Anakin is C-3PO's father.
I don't think he built him from scratch, though. That's always been a bone of contention with me. I always thought he was built from spares from Watto's junkyard. Because if you look in several scenes, he's got bits of protocol droid in the background.
Yeah.
So
but I guess,
I think he got a frame and like renovating a car as opposed to building a car.
Oh yeah, he most definitely pilfered from that.
Yeah, my personal theory is Anakin saw some protocol droid blueprints, found spare parts, and just built 3PO that way. I agree with you. I don't think he just built him from nothing.
Now, this scene here is another problem I have with the structure of this movie, is that, we're on Tatooine, we're as far away from the threat as we can be, and we have this scene reminding us of the actual danger. It's almost like George was consciously aware of how far away from the story he was getting, so we need to remind people of what's at stake. And it's like, but then we go back to just sitting around the dinner table doing all this mundane stuff, and it's like, come on, we need to get a move on. Like, the middle of your movie is when you're supposed to be reeling people in and picking up the pace and getting, a lot more invested, as opposed to just kind of, we're kind of milling around here on twiddling our thumbs,
Yeah, because apparently people are dying on Naboo, but we never really see anybody die on Naboo, so we're just supposed to think, okay, I guess
right,
they're
and
dying.
that's the same thing with Darth Maul. It's like the only reason Darth Maul is in this movie, or at least in the bulk of the movie, is to create the impression of a threat, even though there is none. Because, again, all the stuff on Tatooine is just like a completely separate movie that has nothing to do with the main conflict. And so, let's bring in Darth Maul now to get the audience to, be afraid that he might be coming. But that's really all his function is in the story, is to create this looming threat. And it's not until the very end of the movie where he serves his true, ultimate purpose.
He's just a bounty hunter.
Is he perhaps a Phantom Menace?
Oh, well, actually, Maul, like the Trade Federation, is a throw-off. Palpatine is the true Phantom Menace.
Yeah, and just for a little trivia, that scene that Jill skipped over, that is one of the only scenes that Darth Maul speaks in.
Yeah, they cut some of his other speaking lines that he was supposed to have in the movie. Yeah, he doesn't say much of anything. I think this is actually his last dialogue.
Why did they cut his speaking dialogue? Was it not relevant?
No,
we need more Jar Jar.
Because in the scene right before the climax, when Palpatine is talking to the Nemoidians about the Queen's alleged plan, and Maul says, "Yeah, I think the Jedi are using the Queen for their own purposes and mustering their troops or whatever." And that's when in the movie they cut it down to Palpatine just saying, "Be mindful, let them make the first move," and he says, "Yes, my master." But there was originally a whole other dialogue scene there, and he just cut it down to the bare minimum of what was necessary.
And big ups. Oh, sorry, Z.
Yeah, that's not even Ray Park's voice. It's Peter Serafinowicz. Can't even say his surname.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah,
Serafinowicz. Yeah.
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 Yeah. Plus, I also think that George Lucas was trying to keep the mystique or the mystery of Darth Maul and trying to maintain his menacing presence.
So that we wouldn't know anything about his character.
Yeah.
And that, let's kill him at the end of the movie because he would have been an engaging antagonist throughout the trilogy, but we have to kill him first.
Well, I think that's the marketing team running wild with that character, whereas, his basic role is like a samurai. He does what the boss tells him to do. He's a hitman, basically. He's not somebody that Palpatine is planning on taking with him, because he's already got his sights set on Dooku for the guy he needs to get the next phase of the plan accomplished. Like, Maul is just in a sense, he could have just hired a mercenary to do this. Instead, he has an actual apprentice doing it.
Faith says he's like
he's
like a junkyard dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bow, 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 bow.
And apparently also
WF
this
from
scene
the 80s.
This is apparently also the first scene that was filmed, right?
Yes.
No, I enjoy Darth Maul. I wish that he had continued on. And you're right, Kat. This is something that's sort of like, oh, well, there's a guy with horns. Let's make sure we put him on the poster. And
well, he comes back in the Clone Wars cartoons.
Yeah, he does.
Plus, Scotty, you could say that Darth Maul is always horny too.
and he comes back in the film Solo as well, but
come with better stuff than that.
He comes back in the film Solo as well, but I've never been able to understand like how you manage it. He gets basically cut in half in this film, and then is fine by the time of Solo.
I could show you the Sith Hunters comics, which actually give you an idea of what happened to him, but that's up to you, man.
Well, and here's my problem with it. It's not that he was cut in half. I'm fine with him being cut in half, which, your mileage may vary. It's the incredibly long fall that I'm upset with.
Hey, we don't know how low that fall goes.
I don't know. It looked pretty deep.
Luke survived.
We got a lot of the movie left to cover, and we're running out of time.
Luke survived
Well,
a similarly long fall.
Actually, we're not running out of time. I have extra time now.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
So yeah, that's that. Oh, well, you can leave whenever you want, Scotty.
I usually
okay?
do.
But I just want to mention. What do you think about all the slaves having transmitters inside their bodies? But if they try to escape, they blow up. How is it known that they're trying to escape?
Well, like if they have a
Probably
set
'cause they're
area where
not
they're allowed
there.
to go, and the alarm.
Those
starts going off.
transmitters probably have trackers on them.
Okay, is there trackers?
I'm
Exactly.
guessing they're
trackers make
tracks.
sense.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is that they don't elaborate on this further in the other movies. It's just a throwaway line, basically.
I don't think we focus much on tattoo. Surprisingly, in the first 6 movies.
And on the tourists.
Yeah, and their culture and their everything. Like Phantom Menace seems to be the movie where we really focus on Tatooine for the most part. I mean, George had some deleted scenes for A New Hope where Biggs discussed Tatooine's culture and such, and even then, that just goes over their economy. But yeah, we don't know much about Tatooine as a culture based on episodes 1 through 6 alone.
Well, there's a bunch of scientists.
I thought it was really cool.
There's a bunch of scientists in the chat. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Sorry, is my mic not working properly? So.
No, actually, you sound a lot better now. I don't know what happened,
Okay.
but you fixed whatever it was.
Okay,
Please go
cool.
ahead.
Yeah, I really liked seeing those deleted scenes from A New Hope. I thought it was really cool to see, like,
Oh yeah.
like, people that are from Tatooine, but like about Luke's age. It's like Anakin's age.
Oh, he was memory serves right. Luke's 19, Leia's 19, Han's 29. Have fun with that. Anakin's 19 in Attack of the Clones, and Luke's 19 in A New Hope.
So do you think this film would have worked better if Anakin was 13, 14 years old?
Maybe.
Yes.
I personally
yeah.
have always thought that he was cast far too young in this movie to make him more of an angsty teen. So you can see the stirring of the dark side in him at an earlier age.
That and he'd
not
be
at the age
closer
of
to,
innocence.
and he'd be closer to Padme's age, so it wouldn't be as strange.
Yeah, it wouldn't be so weird.
Hey, like I said before, Han's 29, Leia's 19. The Anakin Padme dynamic does not weird me out that much.
But I do understand sort of the wide-eyed innocence that George wanted to, or at least that this film, without going into the philosopher that is Lucas, just in terms of presenting Darth Vader to a wide audience and saying this is how he started, and he was just a rambunctious boy. That's all he was, and he had no choice, no agency. He was a slave, and he was plucked out of insignificance by the Jedi, by Qui-Gon specifically, and that is the first hurdle. What he thinks is going to be a great elevation to his standing in the galaxy is actually the first thing that puts him on the path to the dark side, which I think is interesting. I don't think it was done well. There are casting videos showing different actors who had auditioned for Anakin, and I don't think Jake Lloyd is the best, but I think Jake Lloyd is the most earnest, and he does present that innocence. And to buy his redemption at the end of Return of the Jedi, I think that like bookend is required to see. No, he was just a cool kid. He was a survivor.
And Scotty. And in these movies, I think George Lucas, and it is said in the lore, and fans speculate that George Lucas wanted to have a young Anakin like this because he wanted to show that Anakin had trouble letting go of his attachments, which led him towards the dark side. He has a hard time letting go.
Yeah, but like I think that one of the things that a lot of people make fun of, and Jill herself. Jill, can you play Yippee?
Oh,
like
yeah.
that is
the only clip I got, so I guess that tells you something.
Yippee!
Like, he is a joyful young lad. He does have, what do they call them? Human emotions. And I think that is something that they were trying to do. And as Kat has mentioned, as I mentioned, as everyone has talked about, is everything comes to a grinding halt when we get to Tatooine so that we can hang out with Anakin and say, actually, you know what? He's okay.
He's
But
okay.
to
He wants to free all the slaves.
Yes, but he also ends up destroying Alderaan, so F that guy.
The path to hell is paved with
Tarkin did that.
Exactly.
That was
Tarkin did
Tarkin.
that.
Cat. Yeah, Cat, you're right. You're right.
Oh yeah, and I have a question for the panelists. Which one of you suggested that we should cut out maybe this middle part to make the movie have better pacing? Which one said that on the panel?
I said it should be trimmed down a bit. It just kind of, it is. I just find it so jarring how when you could juxtapose the first 30 minutes and the last 30 minutes versus what the entire middle of the movie is. Again, the fact that we're having the governor call in and say, "Oh, people are dying," and blah blah blah, and Darth Maul's here with his Sith probe droids to create the illusion of a threat when there really is none anymore. Because that's how far away the story has gotten from the main conflict.
Yeah, because I would say they could have cut out Anakin's home life in that scene, and then just had the ship land on Tatooine. They went to the repair shop, tried to buy a hyperdrive generator. It doesn't. Then they found out Anakin as a pod racer. They sponsor him that way. Then they have the race, and Anakin wins there. Then they get the hyperdrive, and they get off Tatooine. And that scene can last probably about 15 minutes.
Yeah, I wondered, like, do you think the film, like, it would have been better or not, if it had been as it is a pod race on Tatooine, or do you think it perhaps better or not, as the case may be, maybe a race in space?
I think it would have been incredible and maybe a little fan servicey, little member berry, but again, member berries didn't exist in 1999. It was just, nostalgia. And I think it would have been interesting to see a space race where they did the Kessel Run and Anakin got it done in 15 parsecs.
I would like it. I would like it to be cut down, but the reason why they focus so much on Anakin's family is to remind you, hey, well, I guess tell you when is it made clear that Anakin doesn't have a dad?
Right.
And that's when Qui-Gon is hitting on Shmi. And it's like, who's the father? And Shmi is like, there was no father. And Qui-Gon's like, well, all right.
Oh, Scotty.
Okay, that's how I'm going to remember that scene. Thank you, Scotty.
And here are his friends talking to him.
Well, okay, most of them are making fun of him, but he does have one good friend. I forget his name.
Kitster? Whatever happened to you,
Yeah,
Kitster? Actually, well, if you go by EU or Disney, I already know what happened to Kitster, but in terms of, like, Lucas canon, Kitster's just vanished forever. Nowhere to be found.
He was too pleasant.
Well, no, Kitster was a bit of a dick. Kitster
was like, how dare you badmouth Kitster?
That is not a phrase I was expecting to hear today, but
he
thank
was
you.
Not a dick.
He was. He says to Anakin, and he's like, "You haven't even finished a race."
Well, that's true. He didn't. And look,
Yeah,
he's
was just
nicer.
saying the
He's
truth.
nicer than the rest of his friends, the ones that laughed in his face and mocked him. Well, except for
look
that
at
Radiant.
Exactly. He's on his side. He's on his side, but like every kid, he's really honest.
Yeah.
I thought that this movie was going, hey, what's going on, Jar Jar? But no, I thought this movie was going to be the one that let me know what a Bothan looked like.
Well,
Still don't know what a Bothan looks like.
Well, they're
Many of them
hairy.
died,
They're
Scotty.
a hairy humanoid.
That's what I heard, but that's also from reading the books. I don't know. Are they in the Clone Wars?
Just,
I haven't
look at
seen
some,
the animated Clone Wars.
Just look up Bothans. Probably go on Google Images. You'll see some EU covers with them, I believe.
I'm probably gonna go to Pornhub, but
God.
whatever.
Oh no! Okay, you have to, Scotty. You have to turn on safe search.
Okay, that makes sense.
Z3PO. Did you have something to add?
No.
No. Okay.
No, I don't think I did.
I'll take your silence as complicit in terms of my search preferences.
You okay?
I was just searching for Bothans, and it's taken me down a whole rabbit hole.
Oh no, that's what they call them in the south side of Chicago.
That's the problem.
Tell me, Darth Cat, how long will this movie be if they cut out roughly half of the boring parts that are somewhat uninteresting?
Well, no, it's not about the length. It's about how they structured the script to begin with. It's like, let's set up this whole major conflict, and then let's have something that's completely unrelated to that conflict take over the entire middle hour of the movie almost. And it's like, structurally, that just doesn't work very well. And that's kind of what brings down a lot of the movie. It's like, but it's also a devil's advocate thing in that you need to flesh out Anakin and all that type of stuff, but it doesn't, the two storylines don't really compute very well in the same movie. Like, here's another thing they could have done when they're on this planet. Okay, you can't buy a hyperdrive or whatever. Why don't you? It's a spaceport. Pay a guy to go to Coruscant and deliver a message personally, so you don't have to use your radio.
It would be a ship that they wouldn't be able to identify, so that would make sense.
Yeah.
Also,
you could even find someone that could accept Imperial credits.
Or not even pay him to leave. Somebody could board the ship with the guy and buy, hey, can I have a ticket? And here's the Queen's wardrobe. It's going to fetch a lot of money and give me a ride to Coruscant, and they could tip him off. That's another thing they could do. And that's, again, the crux that's keeping them here. I didn't buy that this would be as much of an obstacle as the movie's trying to make it out to be.
Yeah.
All right. I don't want to derail everything.
Okay, but before you derail everything,
right.
can you remember what you're going to derail with? Because I just want to say the other option would be they had a ship. It didn't completely work, but they could sell it and then buy another ship, right?
Well, but Watto says it'll probably be cheaper to buy a ship than it is going to be to buy a warp drive or whatever they call it, hyperspace motivator.
Yeah. There must be at least one pilot who's susceptible to the Force.
Well, how did Luke and Obi-Wan get off of Tatooine in A New Hope?
Yeah, it was giving him an IOU. I'll pay you a little bit now, and I'll pay you 15 on the back end. Just make a similar offer.
They hired some space pirates to fly them, I believe, through a spaceport, right?
Well, and also Qui-Gon Jinn says, let's go to one of the lesser dealers. It's like, why don't you go to somebody? Everyone's afraid of the Hutts at the beginning of this movie, and it's like, I would have gone to the Hutts.
Yeah,
Scotty, again, it's to keep a low profile.
There's also
you don't like Hutts?
I was gonna say that there's also a matter of the time periods, because during the era of the original trilogy, you couldn't during the era of the original trilogy for the Star Wars galaxy, trading in any sense couldn't happen unless the Empire had some level of approval. So there was a lot of like illegal business going on at that time. I don't know what length the illegal business was happening in the Phantom Menace here and on Tatooine, but it was a lot larger during the original trilogy era.
Well, and
this
also
is part of Empire space anyway. This is the Outer Rim. Like Qui-Gon later tells Watto when he tries to jip him on the payment, he's like, "Well, you like to discuss this with the Hutts? Maybe they can settle this," which shows that the Hutts have, again, they have their own set of laws. Which is why Watto caves and says, "Okay, fine, you can take him," because he doesn't want to. He knows he's going to lose that fight if Qui-Gon takes it to the Hutts.
Yeah.
Well, and also let's not forget that I don't know if it's species specific, but like Jedi can't mind trick Jabba. I don't know if that's across the board with.
That's in Tridorians.
That's how it works with Watto. So. Tidarians.
Yeah, they can't be affected by mind tricks. I guess their minds are naturally strong or something. I'm not sure.
It's because they're Greek.
He says that, or he could just be lying because they're greedy. He's a con artist.
No,
Watto's a con artist. He's smart. Like Obi-Wan says in the original movie, it has a strong influence on the weak-minded, and Watto's not weak-minded. He's a con artist and a shyster. He knows he can read. He knows what you're thinking 2 steps ahead. That's why he's not going to be as susceptible to these things. Like even Jabba points it out when Bib Fortuna comes in saying, "You have to admit Luke." And he's like, "Oh, you weak-minded fool!" And he pushes him aside. But it doesn't seem to be a species thing. It's that Jabba's intelligent. He's running a whole organization. He's aware of how to be. He's prepared for these types of things. And Watto, being a underhanded, dealer, is also prepared for such things.
But one thing he can control, Qui-Gon can control is the dice, so he's able to bet.
Yeah.
He's able to bet
Which, again,
for
if he's willing to-
Anakin's freedom.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, I get that he assumes the dice is loaded, but if you're willing to cheat at the dice game, then again, you couldn't find another type of small scam you could pull to get what you needed to, get out of here.
Well, that's it. Isn't there an open game of Sabacc? There are no casinos. Like Jill and I played Space Quest, and we found a casino.
Does Qui-Gon know any Sabacc?
I'm gonna find a pilot and say I'll pay you a couple grand now in the Queen's wardrobe, and we'll pay you 20,000 or whatever on the back end. They'd be like Han Solo, would be all for it, and they'd give him a ride for free. But no, we got to do this whole thing.
You guys are okay with slavery. What if I sell you Jar Jar Binks? Is that okay? No, no, we don't want him.
Scotty, plus for the grotto scene with the two blue ladies, you probably love those type of alien species ladies, huh? They're called the
Twi'leks.
Yeah,
Twi'leks, man.
I'm a fan of all the ladies.
Captain Kirk style.
Yeah, man.
Well, then Scotty must love the Twi'leks and the Togruta, Ahsoka Tano species.
Like,
especially.
you can hear all about it on my OnlyFans, where I basically post fan fiction about me making sweet, sweet love to alien ladies of the galaxy.
TMI, my friend. TMI.
This is why Kat doesn't like associating with me in public, and Jill's okay with it. I don't understand.
I'm okay with it because I know he's just kidding. He doesn't have.
Yeah, because I've never had sex with an alien, yo.
Yeah, right.
Don't worry. Once we can finally leave our solar system, have fun.
I am totally on board with Edge of Time, Sloot Wars. Anyway, let's move on to this R-rated conversation and get back to our PG-rated movie.
I always thought the structure of this film is a little like the structure of Casino Royale, where it goes into like the casino stuff, and you could say similarly, like, why are they going down that rabbit hole? But like, I think in both cases, it's like a deep, whether it's a pod race or the casino games, like they're necessitated by the plot convolution or whatever, the plot beforehand, and it leads up to that.
Edge of Time says it's a disappointment of epic proportions, and I think, like Kat was saying earlier, there's you've got to just add some threats into it, and our threat here is Sebulba, who's a cheater. He's a nasty cheater, and so he sabotages Anakin's pod. Like, he tries to rip something off, but he doesn't rip it off all the way, so it takes a while before that becomes a thing.
Well, it is sort of strange because we've been talking about the Jedi being paragons of virtue in the galaxy and being peacekeepers and what have you. But when it comes down to it, left to their own devices, they can manipulate anything. They do their best to sway favor towards their own needs as opposed to those of others. A lot of people talk about how the Jedi have been misrepresented in the modern era as being complacent and I don't want to bring up The Last Jedi, but I'm gonna. But like with Luke saying that the Jedi were overblown on their own importance and everything. This is prime example. This is a prime example of the Jedi being like, we can't do no wrong, yo. We're the good guys, believe it or not.
I mean, the Jedi never did that, and the Jedi never said.
Is Qui-Gon Jinn a Jedi?
He is.
Yes.
And has he manipulated situations for his own well-being as opposed to the greater good of the galaxy?
Yes.
I mean, his end goal is getting the Chosen One to be trained, which will be great for the greater good of the galaxy, which is something that no one else is considering.
But if Qui-Gon was a better Jedi, he would just stab Sheev in the face.
I mean, does he even know that Sheev is a Sith Lord? Like,
then he's not a very good Jedi.
I mean, the Sith have an advantage over Jedi, and this is something that sucks in my personal opinion.
That is true.
That Lucas mentioned, that the Sith can just fog the Force. Like, Like, the Sith can fog the Force, corrupt it to the point where the Jedi aren't aware that there are Sith around. I'm like, that just automatically gives them the freaking advantage. You
Well,
know?
no, that's kind of like something that he says, but the reality is they can't sense him because Palpatine is rising to power not by using the Force, but by being a politician. That's why they can't
He's
see
doing
what's
both.
going on. He's just
The
a
Force
regular
and
guy.
politics.
He's just like
Look,
Lucas has also
let's
said
be
that
honest,
Palpatine.
guys. Politicians are Sith. Okay.
No, but it's like Lucas has also said that Palpatine's arc in the prequel trilogy is like akin to Julius Caesar. It's the same type of idea, and that's why the Jedi can't sense where the threat is, because he's not using his dark force powers and evil Sith stuff to take over. He's just being a crooked politician. It's like, yeah, he'll dress like a Sith when he needs to, but is he really using his evil force? Not really. That's why they're kind of fogged, and they sense all the doom and gloom that's coming, but they can't really see through the fog, so to speak, because they can't sense where it's coming from, because he's not, in a sense, being a Sith Lord. He's just being a politician.
Now, doesn't the Bunta Eve pod race also contradict what Obi-Wan says about Sand people from the original Star Wars movie, when he says these blast points are too accurate for Sand people, but they almost bullseye a moving target, which must be doing at least 200 miles an hour from a mountaintop.
Single racer.
Yeah, but isn't that why they're excited and doing the or? Like that's why they're excited, because they suck most of the time. It's like when I roll a strike in bowling.
Their blast bounced off the pod racers, and they haven't killed anyone. They were just
they were so excited. They were so happy to be part of it.
And Scotty,
we're helping.
And Scotty, to your point about the Jedi being sort of the bad guys, if you look at the Star Wars movies, the original saga, it is sort of like Jedi propaganda.
Oh my god.
But I don't think it's Jedi propaganda. I do believe in the earnest and altruistic belief in the Jedi. I think most of the Jedi they want to help. I do think, and that's part of the reason in this movie, Obi-Wan is like, why are you defying the council? And Qui-Gon is like, because the council's kind of shit, yo.
Oh, it makes sense. They want to be honorable, but they don't always achieve it. And that's like anybody. Nobody's perfect.
Look, the Jedi's end goal, just to clarify, the Jedi, the peacekeepers, their end goal is keeping balance in the universe. That is their job description.
No, it's not. I think that you have a very rose-colored glasses opinion of the Jedi.
No, I'm not going by my opinion. I'm going by what Lucas said.
Yeah, and I think he has also. Like, I think through the process of. Well, no. Hey, I am. If I may just present my opinion.
Scotty does the same thing to me about the Star Trek Federation. So
no. I'm open to it. It's interesting.
Yeah, go ahead, Scotty.
Like I think that for 1,000 generations, the Jedi were the protectors of truth and justice in the galaxy. But unfortunately, they got bogged down in the bureaucracy in the same way that the Republic did. And everybody has to, like, it is almost the weight of democracy. I think that there needed to be a little bit of a deconstruction of what the Jedi Order was. And part of the reason that Anakin is the chosen one, which I still believe, even though I haven't read as much as you, even though I haven't seen all the shows and the movies and whatever, I'm not going to waste my bandwidth on Ahsoka. But like all of this jazz is going on. And it's like, well, who really knows? Who is certain as to what everybody's side is? You have a side. You're the Jedi. They have a side. They're the Sith. They think that you are corrupting people, bringing, hot dogs and booby tassels to the far corners of the galaxy. But I think that a little bit more discipline would be something that would make things happen. And maybe we should start killing people. And the Jedi is like, well, no, I don't think we should start killing people unless they're Sith. And now the argument becomes very, very interesting because it's like, oh, so now you're in charge as to who we kill. And the Jedi are like,
That's why what Palpatine tells Anakin in episode 3 is true. And Anakin's like, oh, the Jedi are selfless; they only care about others, and the Sith just look inwards and blah blah blah, and they're afraid to lose their power. And Palpatine's like, well, what? And the Jedi don't. And he's like, all people who have power fear to lose it, and that's precisely what we see in Episode 3 when the Jedi Council's starting to get paranoid that they're sensing the walls are closing in, but they can't pinpoint exactly what's going on.
I don't know if you're literally drafted into a war and said you're generals now. I don't know how much power you really have.
Well, they did, because remember, they're drafting children against their will into their cult, if you will. They don't have a choice. They're getting given up by their parents and
No. The children have a choice whether they want to stay or not. The parents have
Master
a choice.
Master Sifo-Dyas was a Jedi, and he created a slave race.
Hold a minute. He made the order. Tyrannus funded the slavery.
Oh, now we're getting back to the bureaucracy. Thank you, Chancellor Valorum.
Yeah.
Because let's not forget that all of the clones, they are being built during this pod race.
Yes, and to summarize all this debate between the two of you, from a character. Good
from a certain point of view.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, guys, I really want you to latch on to something. Obi-Wan tells Luke this in Return of the Jedi. Another character told another character this in Revenge of the Sith. Who was it?
Palpatine.
A certain point of view.
Palpatine told Anakin the same fucking shit. Point of view.
Yes. But let's not forget that Qui-Gon said the exact same thing to Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
In this movie, in the movie we're currently reviewing.
Yeah, right. The movie that we're currently we're reviewing a movie, and there was a pod race, and Edge of Time says that's pod racing, folks. Also, Filthy Friday, and call it that because you're allowed to talk about the Star Trek made after 2005 on Fridays. But Booger414 says
Booger.
The Sand People were the only ones excited to be part of it.
Oh, come on, the
Not in the
ET.
second movie.
The extraterrestrials were happy. Yeah, no, and Z3PO has a very good point. I'm sorry. Please explain what happens to the Sand People in the.
Well, Anakin killed them, not just the men, but the women and the children too.
And he liked it.
He loved it, and Padme just sat there and went, "Oh, that's all right then."
Oh no, she didn't just sit there. She got moist.
Oh my god!
I hate you guys.
Right, and then Edge of Time says a strange confluence of marketing needs. We're going to need a stripped down 3PO variant figure, something to replace X-Wing class, but older.
Anakin, my most favorite character in all of Star Wars, killed children twice. And he's a very likable character, in fact.
Rocco the Brave. I just want to say hello to Rocco the Brave. How are you doing, Rocco? Your bravery is welcomed in this doomed chat.
Oh, I think, yeah, no, this is. Let's try spinning. That's a good trick.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's like the idea that the Jedi are, basically, again, drafting kids into this thing. And when you're taking somebody who's really that young, who's like, it's like, yeah, you have the technically option to leave, but when you're like a toddler, you're not, it's like there's basic child rearing going on as well. So of course they're in a sense programming them to want to stay there. So the ones who left were the ones who were more introspective and intelligent and were like, hey, this isn't really kosher. We're out of here.
Are you saying that the Jedi are groomers?
That's what they're doing. They're brainwashing them into their little, their whole religion here to do what they want them to do. And the problem with Anakin is that he was too old. He already had all his emotional attachments. And it's like, you can't be truly loyal to us as Jedi if you have all these other concerns. You can't have, they demonize the idea of having any type of attachment. And so that's why they don't want to train Anakin initially. They're afraid of it because, yeah, if you're more like a normal person, you're not really going to, it's much easier to get somebody to stick with your point of view and everything when you've basically indoctrinated them at such a young age before they're able to form all these
you need to understand, if they don't groom these highly sensitive Force children, then you'll have a bunch of mini Sith lords running around killing people.
Not necessarily. Okay, this is just the The Sith is
If I may,
their religion. There's no indication that just because they're not Jedi that they would be evil or that they would even have powers.
Actually, I was exaggerating a bit when I mentioned the whole Sith thing, but the dark side specifically, Sith or no, that in and of itself is dangerous.
Oh yeah,
oh my God! There's kind of a parallel to that in Harry Potter. If you don't go to school to learn to be a wizard and hone your power, you end up blowing up on your family, or if you're not with other wizards.
The only reason I'm okay with you talking about Harry Potter is because it was scored by John Williams.
Harry Potter is just Star Wars with sucky lightsaber.
This is a very okay. First things first. Why do I sense we've picked up another pathetic life form? That's me. I am a pathetic life form.
That's
you are.
That's a
that
great
was the
line.
one moment that had me saying, Obi-Wan, as a Jedi, you're supposed to value all life forms equally. What the fuck are you doing?
But he's a company man. He's a company man, is what it is. He doesn't see the value in a kid.
Company man.
Also, if you do think about the Star Wars galaxy, there are only two groups that cultivate, harvest children, and that is the Empire for stormtroopers and the Jedi for younger Jedi. So if you want to talk about harvesting children, yeah, the good guys and the bad guys, they both seem to do it.
And Scotty, the Sith do it too if you find a really messed up child that's strong.
Well, birds do it, bees do it, even educated fleas do it. Let's do it. Let's make a dark side user.
Is grooming. Every form of education is grooming. You're teaching people to embrace your ways of.
I think grooming has connotations that is more nefarious than
it does.
education.
It's even worse than indoctrination. Maybe we don't need to use that word. Maybe using indoctrination is a better word.
As a person who is introduced to a new line of thought, you should have the ability to say, no, I don't want to be a part of this.
Also, I just want to say goodbye to M. I don't remember even saying hello to M, but stopping by. M.
Bye, M. Well, that's my point with Anakin. He could have left anytime he wanted. He stayed for a specific reason: the power. He wanted the power.
I disagree with you.
So we just shot through basically the pod racing, and now we've gone past Warwick Davis. I thought it was really cool that he briefly appears in this one.
He actually appears in this film
What does he
4 times, 4 separate characters. He plays the Wold, the Greedo alien in one of Anakin's
No, that's
friends.
Greedo.
No, it isn't. It's called Wald. W-A-L-D.
Is it Wald? My mistake.
Yeah.
I apologize.
He's played by Warwick Davis, as is Weasel, who's in the pod racing crowd, and he also did the walking scenes for Yoda when Yoda was a puppet. So before they re-released this as a CGI character, he was also Yoda. And also one of the Tatooine street traders.
Z, if I may sort of push back on that.
Yes.
I remember hearing an interview with Frank Oz. And he was sort of under the floor doing the walking, and I'm assuming a scene, but it was like when Obi-Wan says, well, I gave Qui-Gon my word that I would train the boy. And it was, I thought, and correct me, please, I thought that was Frank Oz doing that with that wonky Boglin.
Boglin?
It's a toy from the late 80s.
Oh, okay.
Well, the original release of The Phantom Menace, all the Yoda scenes were puppet scenes.
Yes.
And it was Frank Oz and Warwick Davis doing the movements on it. But on the 2011 Blu-ray release, they replaced all the Yoda scenes with CGI, and it looks a lot worse, in my opinion.
Wow, they look worse than Grim. Oh, not
well, no, but
worse than goblins. Wow.
Show original release Yoda, because these are pretty accurate. Like, look at that bottom one in the middle. That looks like Yoda from the Phantom Menace. There he is. Oh my god, Yoda. What a fugly monkey. I
Wait, why does
hated
Yoda
that
have a snake
so
around
much.
his neck?
For the ladies.
Cooking his soup, his weird soup with dead snakes for some reason.
Okay, I just started having fun looking up toys, and I don't know how that happened. I was just listening to Scotty and trying to follow them.
Well, no, but Z3PO, I didn't know that Wart Davis was a double for Yoda, and that makes sense. It does make sense, and so he is an international treasure. He is a global phenomenon.
He absolutely is. I live in the same village as him. He's a great bloke.
Nice.
Wonderful. I'm glad you had that information on him too. And there was a touching scene where Anakin leaves his mom, promising to free her one day.
Lies.
That was one of the deleted scenes.
You poor soul.
When Qui-Gon and Shmi, they're in the back of a speeder and they kiss.
Oh, another thing I like about that the parting scene is that despite that Qui-Gon can see how strong of an attachment Anakin has to his mother, that does not bother him in the slightest. Because he can see the light at the end of the tunnel with this kid, and he's not going to care about what the typical do's and don'ts are for the Jedi Council. He's like, no, this is he's committed to it. Like, if the other Jedi see this, like the Council, how attached it, no, they're going to shut it down and say bye-bye and leave him there. But Qui-Gon can see the light. Yeah, he doesn't see all the terrible things that Anakin's going to do, but he just sees at the very end of this whole thing, again, completely ignoring the sequel trilogy, obviously, that at the end of the line, the Sith will be gone, and that the dark side will be eliminated, and that's kind of what he's seeing at the end of this tunnel. But the other Jedi would not. They wouldn't take Anakin at all if they see how much he still loves his mother. They would be threatened by that because they're more worried about whether or not their secular organization is going to continue thriving as opposed to doing what is ultimately necessary for the galaxy.
Oh, is that why they say he's too old?
Well, yes, because if you have attachments and emotional attachments, you're compromised.
Yeah.
The other unspoken parallel that's going on in this movie is that, or in this whole prequel trilogy, is that much like Lucas said that Palpatine is akin to Caesar, well, the Jedi Temple right down the street from the Senate is akin to Vatican City. And the type of their echo. And it's just that type of, we can't have attachments. We're our own little secular thing. We value power, blah, blah, blah. And so Qui-Gon isn't really on the same page as them because he could just see not just the force potential of Anakin, but he could see the light at the end of the tunnel. He genuinely values it. But the other Jedi are more concerned about their longevity as an organization rather than they are about what is ultimately necessary to save the galaxy.
Here's the thing about attachments, Kat. Attachments to the Jedi isn't inherently relationships; it's possession. So it's like if you're not,
I disagree with that hardcore. Got to push back about that because a lot of it, because you are asked to give up so much as a Jedi, I think that possession, and I think that is very much involved in when you become a space monk. You don't get to keep any of your stuff. You get new stuff, and that's all you're going to get. But it is about the emotional attachment. It is about, well, you're going to have to leave your mom. I don't want to. Well, then you can't be a Jedi. Okay, I'll leave my mom. Mom, can I go? Fine.
You saw the flying droid that Darth Maul had that I thought was really good continuity with the start of Empire Strikes Back.
I mean, Scotty, we saw what happened in Revenge of the Sith when you give in to your attachments, where it leads, what you condone, what you let happen.
But that's one of the beautiful things about the prequel trilogy is that he starts the trilogy by abandoning his mother. In the middle movie, he goes back and says, "This is what happens when I abandon my mother. Can I make it so that people don't die?" And then at the end of the third one, his wife, the second love of his life, arguably, dies. And he kills her.
Right, but it's like everything, like it's funny because his mom dies at the halfway point of episode 2, which is literally the halfway point in that whole trilogy. And
best part of the movie.
Every decision Anakin makes. So every decision Anakin makes after his mother dies is in the interest of not losing what he has. And that's what drives him. Well, not just Padme, for not losing anything of what he has. And that's what drives him down that road.
Right.
And that's why the Jedi are paranoid about attachments, because if you get too attached and you're training them to be really powerful and everything, well, then things like this could happen. But they're also clearly concerned about, again, they're an organization.
The longevity of their organization.
It is. It's a secular organ, like Palpatine says.
Cat,
Everybody who has power fears to lose it.
Well, Kat, it's like I said earlier. The Jedi are supposed to value all forms of life equally. The minute you start valuing one or two
Except
or
for
three
slaves.
forms of life, the minute you start valuing one or two or three forms of life above everyone else, then you're not interested in the balance of the universe. You're interested in keeping certain people alive, and
Right,
then everything gets
the
muddled.
reason that comes down to a bit of hypocrisy is because, as we pointed out earlier, the Jedi really only care about what's going on in the Republic. They don't care about what's going on in the Outer Rim or all the injustices or the inequalities or anything like that. They just care about the Republic because they are subservient to this corrupt Senate, and like none of the others could see what Anakin could ultimately do. Like Qui-Gon's the only one who could see it. Like even Qui-Gon's own apprentice Obi-Wan Kenobi can't see it. Obi-Wan only agrees to train him because it was his master's dying wish, not because he can't see. Qui-Gon's the only one who could see the light at the end of the tunnel because he's not as brainwashed into that bureaucracy, which makes sense because his master Dooku wasn't fully into that either, nor was their friend Sifo-Dyas. It's like those three were on the outs.
Oh yeah. Count Dooku wasn't brainwashed on one ideology. He was brainwashed on another.
Well, no, he was. He got co-opted into the Sith plan because he genuinely believed the Republic was corrupt and the Jedi lost their way. And once Palpatine came along, he's like, "Oh, this will be the way to do it." But he was also naive.
That is part of it. That you're partially correct on that. But there's another aspect that Lucas mentions in the behind the scenes of Attack of the Clones was that Dooku desired power so much that he wanted to be the most powerful Force user out there, which is
that's also what the Sith does. Is like you start, like you mentioned earlier, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and that's what he started with, and then it just he becomes gradually corrupt as the story goes on. But
Maul, Dooku, and Grievous are all supposed to mirror Anakin, which is interesting.
Let's not forget that Dooku was Qui-Gon Jinn's master.
Well, that's what I mentioned. It's like they were all three of them.
Darth Qui-Gon. Did you guys see that in the comments? Faith
I did. Faith had an interesting interjection. I don't believe in Darth Qui-Gon. I think you know what? I think that Qui-Gon is probably a gray Jedi, and that just turns up a whole bunch of
no. You know what he is?
Argument.
He is a Jedi in that he's more akin with what the sacred Jedi probably say a Jedi should be.
He's not really a gray Jedi. He's a maverick Jedi, which means
he's a true Jedi. It's like the reason this whole trilogy and the whole saga happens is because the Jedi have completely lost their way. They're bogged down in bureaucracy and inner politics. But the guy who's on the outs, Qui-Gon, is the one who could truly see Anakin's potential in the Force, where the other Jedi don't really see it because they're more they're concerned about their organization and longevity. They're not really.
There is I was gonna say there's a difference between.
In the group chat, Faith also asked how old Luke was, and looked up. Luke was 19 in A New Hope.
Yeah. Now,
old enough to drink in Canada.
There is a difference between Maverick and Grey Jedi. Like Grey Jedi refers to a Force user that's willing to practice both the light side and the dark side, which obviously leads to the dark side because of corruption. But Maverick Jedi, they believe in following the light side and certain things like that. But certain rules they'll question, like the age rule. It's like if you have to train someone, you have to train them. This age rule is just
It's so funny whenever I get into a Star Wars conversation because I'm along the same lines as Jill. I have invested much more of my fandom towards Star Trek. I have an emotional core when it comes to Star Wars. I do it's the first movie I ever saw in cinemas. But whenever I have a conversation with people, I feel like Bart Simpson in Sunday school being like, how the hell can I talk about hell if I can't say hell? Like there is this I don't know, orthodoxy that comes with talking about Star Wars. And I respect it. And I'm not trying to shit on it. all I'm saying is, it's just like whenever you bring it up, and it's like, well, there was this book, there was this comic. I don't know if you got the picture book with the LP in 1987.
LP.
Have you ever seen Droids? What about the Ewoks? Have you ever seen Battle for Endor? And it's like, oh my stars, I just know how it makes me feel. And
Did you not
whenever
go back to the original audio drama, Scotty?
oh man, I love what's his name?
Sounds like a good time.
Oh, it is a good time. It's a fantastic time. I've never heard it though. I've heard parts of it, but I've never listened to the whole thing. Z, you're absolutely correct. I apologize for misspeaking. But
Well,
it's
I
Scotty-
left it on this image. I really like this image of the planet. With
I
the
love that planet. That is my favorite Gotham
city
City.
in the dark.
Well, Scotty
They
and
need
Jill,
at least 4 Batmans.
Scotty
I
and Jill.
agree.
At
To
least
the Star Wars.
I
Scotty
think it
and
would.
Jill. Well, to the Star Wars argument that you two were making about us being hardcore Star Wars, so it's the same can be said about you
Sure,
guys
sure.
being hardcore Star Trek fans. Like,
Absolutely.
like I'm a casual Star Trek fan. I know the movies. I've seen some of the TV shows, but I haven't
think-
delved. I haven't delved into the books or the comics of the Star Trek universe. You guys
Sure.
probably had, but that's sort of the two fandoms diverge. I mean, we have our own passions when it comes to our certain franchises. You
I
guys
think
are
it
Star
would
Trek.
kind of like.
We are
I think
Star
it would
Wars.
kind of like the Borg homeworld.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good call. It's like when anyway, we can't talk about Star
Oh.
Trek. This is a Star Wars show.
Force contact.
No, Scotty, Jill, I'd just like to let you guys know I'm so glad us Star Wars and Star Trek fans squashed our beef, ended the sci-fi war, and we no longer fight anymore. It's all peace.
Well,
now.
now we're all Mighty
Now.
Morphin Power Rangers fans.
Well,
Thank you,
because
Donnie.
because we're all united in our disappointment with JJ.
We're all united under the flag of Seth MacFarlane and the
Am I the
Orville.
only one that liked those Kelvin movies? I swear. I feel like
I do.
I love
I
them.
like 2 out of 3. It's fine.
fair enough. Yeah.
Hey, Professor
I don't
R2.
like any of them. I guess
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
quite
not-
united in that, but
Protestant Jedi. Sorry.
hey, well, even if it's not my
What about
favorite,
Catholic Jedi?
No,
what
someone
about the
called Qui-Gon a
Judaism
Protestant
Jedi?
Jedi.
still
I don't know.
enjoy exploring it, and I enjoy listening to all of you talk about it. And I think it's really cool to see
think it's
the
fun.
world, see the universe of Star Wars from your perspective.
But I
Yeah.
do like that's the thing is that there are people who know more about Star Wars than I do. Heavens. There are people who know more about Star Trek than I do. I'm passionate about both, but I'm always willing to be like, you know what? I don't know. Maybe the Ugnaughts were, the best thing to happen to Cloud City.
Well, like Eugene says, I like Star Wars more because, like the Wizarding World, you discover it little by little with the characters, and it's coherent and interwoven. And you can tell the Star Wars fan. There are a lot more Star Wars fans than Star Trek fans. Even just looking at this panel, for a typical Star Trek stream, I have fewer panelists.
Yeah, and Jill,
No.
and I do think the reason why is because people in general, they want escapism, and Star Wars is pure escapism. It's fantasy for us. Like, we want to be empowered and know our characters. Well, Star Trek is more cerebral, more futuristic real world building. Most people just want fantasy escapism, and that's what Star Wars is.
Exactly, and that's what Lucas, for the most part, delivers. It's only Disney Star Wars that wants to ground everything in current day, instantly dates their movies and their TV series, whereas these remain timeless because
they're
the attitudes that are
timeless.
expressed with,
Couldn't disagree
within.
more, sorry.
They're timeless because Star Wars follows a universalism take on the human condition. You can compare Star Wars to most eras, but like that was under Lucas. Under Disney, this isn't the work of an artist. This is the work of a corporation, and they're chasing trends. They're not trying to analyze humans or culture or any of that.
Totally disagree.
Let's hear it.
Yeah.
I don't see any trend chasing at all in any Star Wars.
I won't
Really?
go into it to keep
Yeah.
it peaceful, but yeah, Disney chases trends. At
They
least,
Well, I completely disagree. I think the closest you get to like trend chasing and stuff like that is, drawing inspiration from like ancient cultures and stuff that Star Wars has done like ever since the original trilogy.
That's not really trend chasing.
And
That's using ancient influences for
that's what I'm
yourself.
saying. It's not trend chasing, but it's the closest thing I can think of. Like drawing inspiration, for example, from
No,
like
yeah.
Nazis for like
Yeah.
stormtroopers and stuff like that, like design.
Yeah, that's more like pulling from mythology. Like when I refer to trend chasing, I'm referring to taking like modern concepts in our current day and applying it to Star Wars. Then
I don't see any of
what
that.
I mean.
I don't see any of that in Star Wars whatsoever. They used obviously used the English language like we do, but I don't think the English language is necessarily well, we know it's not. It's not necessarily confined to this present day, is it?
No, it's not.
Exactly.
Oh boy. Well, look, the Star Wars movies are in English for us. I understand. They're probably speaking their own Star Wars language in there.
I mean, you're referring to a language. I'm not referring to a language, but okay.
Yeah, I'm more referring to societal attitudes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm not referring to a language that exists because this, Western culture is still around. So a language will exist for thousands of years or whatever. But,
Yeah. Plus, how should I put this? Artists, they use real world inspiration to do their movies and TV shows or all that. So if George Lucas took inspiration from a certain movement from the 1930s and 40s of Germany to make the villains of the evil Galactic Empire, he took inspiration from them. He borrowed pieces from them.
Yeah, of course, being influenced by real world events, but the timelessness of Lucas is that he's taking from multiple events throughout multiple different points in history of the human reality.
Just as with Star Wars nowadays, like I watched. What was it again? What was the one? There was this Star Wars spin-off series with like the really bright like motorbike things.
The what?
I think they had like really bright, motorbikes in the series.
Oh, the Book of Boba Fett with those.
Yeah, I watched that with my dad, and he
Ranger
kept
bikes.
saying like, he kept saying like this is totally like drawing on the Seven Samurai and stuff like that. So it's still taking influence from westerns.
Yeah. I don't even really hate the whole them having those colored bikes. I know that was a point of contention in the fandom, but my issue was the fact that Boba Fett Boba Fett essentially gets Jabba's empire, and Jabba's criminal empire was far reaching, but Boba Fett just gets a city and a Wookiee bodyguard and some street kids he appeals to. All of Jabba's other resources are gone. Like I feel like, to me, that's what made me start to hate that show. Honestly.
Eugene Bird seems to think it's wrap up time for me, but it's actually not. I get extra time so I can finish the movie.
How much more time do you have? Are you freezing space time?
Yes, I did figure out how to freeze time so we could finish this podcast. But if anybody on the panel does need to step out, let me know in the private chat, and I'll let you go.
You showed an interesting comment there that said no one. I'm not sure. There was an interesting comment you just displayed on the screen.
Oh, okay. Which one was it?
It said about the original G's.
Oh, okay. Faith says, I love them all, but the original 3 are the best. No one denies that, right?
Yeah, they're probably they are my least favorite trilogy of Star Wars films.
Wait, seriously?
What?
Absolutely. I much prefer like the prequels and the sequels over the originals. The original trilogy.
Wow. You're a unique kind of guy.
That's even despite the fact that the original trilogy were the first Star Wars films that I saw.
Wow. Yeah. Professor RT says, wow, and I'm stunned too.
Damn, man. I'm amazed. I'm surprised.
and
Yeah. Shun the
D3PO's
non-believer.
head exploded.
Oh yeah.
I love the Last Jedi. I think it, I've always really loved like the way that it defies expectations and the audience expectations. I know, like having heard, listened to, and watched analysis of, why it's not considered very good by fans and stuff like that. Like I understand like that way of thinking, but at the same time, like I also know like my own opinion, and I know why I have that opinion. Because I don't think like you should base absolutely everything on like what the fans would like, or because basically like what I was like hearing was it's like Luke is a wish fulfillment sort of character, and that's the way that he's like depicted in the original trilogy. But at the same time, like in my thinking of these films, like these are films that actually like happen. So I don't think they should be dependent on fan expectation.
Well,
Or desire.
Dan, each trilogy of Star Wars did something that fans don't like. Even the original trilogy with the Ewoks and Return of the Jedi. The contention a lot of fans have with The Last Jedi is the clear contradictions. Well, not just The Last Jedi, but the sequels as a whole. The clear contradictions to everything known about Star Wars, which was the point. The point was to break our understanding of Star Wars and reintroduce it. That, like, not even putting in any bias or my personal opinions, that's what they were trying to do, and fans just didn't like the reshaping of Star Wars that Disney tried to.
So basically, they were trying to do a reboot, in other words, and failed miserably.
Yeah, essentially. Well, a soft reboot, because they still want to make us think this continues where the story left off.
But weren't they financially successful at the box office? I would be surprised if they weren't.
I mean, each film made less money than the last, so yeah, you could say in a surface level, like they were.
But also, the merchandising was what killed it, because nobody wanted to buy any of the stuff afterwards.
Okay, every Star Wars film made a lot of money, but one of the differences between the originals, the prequels, and the sequels is that with the sequels, each sequel film made less money than the last, and I think that's pretty telling. Kind of concerning.
Well, I quit after The Last Jedi. I just was done with it, but I realized that I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan. But damn, that was not good.
Yeah, well, Jill, I would say that the stick through the heart for us, for Star Wars fans, was The Last Jedi. The same thing as the stick through the heart it was for your Star Trek fans with Star Trek Discovery.
Yeah,
Discovery or Into Darkness.
Did it in for me. I agree.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank goodness it's over now. Well, it's dying now. There's a few more episodes and it's finished. And they stretched out season 4.
It seemed to me like there's more Star Trek fans who are disapproving of Star Trek Into Darkness, that film, more than I should say Discovery.
I think it's both. It's both because Star Trek is better as a TV series when it's actually being done well, when it's not written by soap opera writers, and when it's actually written by science fiction authors who enjoy reading.
Which it hasn't been since the 1960s.
No, it hasn't been since the 1990s. Actually, I think there was some real Star Trek in the 90s. Star Trek.
Well,
I think it goes all the way up to 2005.
That wasn't being written by science fiction like authors or anything like.
Well, okay, but
the only one
maybe
that was.
not. Maybe not. I don't know about that. It's at least in the 90s and 2005, they were connected with Gene Roddenberry, and they all they understood the vision of Star Trek and what it meant, and they actually did research into what science fiction was and what kind of ideas they can spring forth from it. And maybe if they didn't,
Discovery season 3 was based on a science fiction novel.
Season 3? Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay, but they didn't really express it very well. It was absolutely absurd, but it didn't. Okay, so the problem with that one is The problem with that one is that it took something, but it didn't make it into Star Trek. It just took a random idea. And anyway, up until 2005, there were authors who did read science fiction novels, but they didn't, even if they didn't apply it to the show, they knew what it was, and they were teleplay writers that could do it.
No, there weren't authors that wrote the teleplays. There were TV writers
Well,
that wrote.
no, they're TV. That's what I mean, but that they were actually science fiction fans. They weren't soap opera writers. Is all I
Yeah,
know.
they're all science fiction fans.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, this is a Star Wars broadcast.
That's why they're writing and enjoying science fiction.
I think there are a few people hating on STD now because they've already written Star Trek after the JJ movies in the early seasons of STD and Picard, and yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The people who are left who are talking about Star Trek are the people who really love it.
Oh yeah, Star Trek.
As you said,
on the decline.
Let's go back to Star Wars.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But anyway, this movie is still happening. We have Palpatine, but of course he's not. He's obviously the Sith, but I guess
so basically he's playing Padme right now. He's playing on her doubts on how the Republic would act. He's playing her like a fiddle right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. He's telling her what to do, and she totally does it. He asks for her to call for a vote of no confidence, and she does, or she will.
How dare you guys slander this sweet old man? Stop slandering this.
Oh, he has good intentions, doesn't he? He just wants to help everybody, right?
Is this the first scene that we've seen of the Jedi Council?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes, and yes, we get to see Samuel L. Jackson be Jedi. And he apparently, Samuel L. Jackson was just talking on a talk show. I forget which talk show, saying, "Hey, I want to be in that new Star Wars movie." And someone from production saw that, and they were like, "Okay, you can be in the Star Wars movie." So I like that.
Yeah, I think both he and Ewan McGregor had been in films that are really, fundamentally different from like Star Wars genre and stuff. With Ewan McGregor having appeared in Trainspotting.
Mm-hmm. Trainspotting. Oh, I haven't seen that. So, yeah. So this is. I don't know what's happening. Oh, it's Wild Koala Day. I'm sorry. Some random news article popped up in front of me. So, anyone who does not accept the holiday special because it is terrible has no business accepting the sequel. And to some extent, the prequel. Okay, so then, do you like the? I guess that's a question. Do you like this holiday special?
I love the holiday special because I loved the world building that it goes into. I loved the Wookiees at the start. I started watching it the other day, and I can't remember the rest of it, but I know for a fact, like it's got the Wookiees, their family life. So I love that aspect, and also the fact that it introduced Boba Fett. I thought that was cool.
Oh, okay.
I think it's
so there
great
you go.
Because it introduced the fact that Chewbacca has a family, and he chose to be a smuggler rather than spending time with them.
Okay, so at least Booger 414, he's consistent.
I think anytime you watch like a Star Trek or Star Wars film or whatever, it's usually better than like any other sort of type of films usually.
Mm-hmm.
And just to counter Booger's point about the Star Wars holiday special, then that's like saying the Star Trek fans cannot accept Episode 5 because it's a terrible movie.
Yeah, that's true. I still love all 6 of the Star Trek movies, even 5, even though some of it doesn't make sense and they go up the elevator shaft and the numbers switch in a way that doesn't make any sense at all. And some people say that everything that's outside of Yosemite is a dream, and that helps me. I do hear a bit of an echo. So does somebody have their YouTube on? No, I think Darth is it. Oh
Well-
God, what was that? Who was that? All right, I get scared when somebody has an echo problem. Sorry, guys. Help me out here. I think it might have been Knight Lucas is having an issue with his audio. Let's bring him on and see if there's an issue. Hello?
Yeah, I'm back. Bad internet connection.
Ooh.
That's
Okay. Are you okay now?
yeah, I'm fine. Should be.
Great. All right, so yes, we are at the first Jedi Council meeting. Where yeah.
And here we have the
Go ahead.
The Qui-Gon's theory that Anakin may be the chosen one right here.
Exactly, and that he was born from midi-chlorians, which is kind of funny to me, but
Born from the Force itself. It's all angelic, guys.
yeah, all Shmi knows is that she carried him and she gave birth, and she's like, okay, I got a little boy now, I guess. Faith Eclipseabath says, hey, Donnie Brightsons. So
I find it interesting. Lucas called Yoda, Mace, and Kiadi-Mundi here the High Triumvirate, which apparently means they're the oldest and wisest of the council. I find their setup quite fascinating.
Well, it's probably the most probably the most influential Jedi too on the council.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of interesting, honestly, how that works. Because if you go by the EU, they'll say Mace became head of the council over Yoda eventually. But if you go by what Lucas says, then Mace, Yoda, and Kiadi-Mundi run the show. You know? And if you're just a casual, you just assume Yoda runs it because Grandmaster.
I as a casual, I just like that Mace Windu has a purple lightsaber.
Thanks Samuel L. Jackson for that.
I always thought it was weird that the Senate meets in person. Like, I would have thought if they've got the holographic projection stuff, why don't they just like meet up by that or by screen?
Dang, their Senate has such cool seats. Why can't we have this?
Yeah, plus there's a simple explanation. It's plot convenience. That's why.
True.
Well, and also they don't believe, even though they have the word of two Jedi, that there's an invasion, so they have to send out a commission to confirm the invasion. Even they just don't believe it, and so I guess they're just drawing out the bureaucracy a bit.
Yeah.
It just shows how broken the system really is. It's like the Chancellor. I mean, maybe it's he doesn't want to acknowledge because he said he secretly dispatched the Jedi. I don't know if it was a secret because he wasn't allowed to do that, and maybe that's why he doesn't want to acknowledge anything they're saying. I'm not sure, but it still does go to show just how broken this whole political system is.
I feel like the Jedi have been exaggerated in the sense that they're Republic citizens, and yeah, they have lots of positive influence, but I don't think if any Jedi just shows up and tells you that an invasion's happening, that, your particular politician would up and just believe them, especially based on whatever they personally believe or whatever their politics are or any of that stuff,
Well, the Jedi themselves have to play the game just to play it carefully to not get in trouble too.
Yeah, like they're quite literally citizens. That's why Lucas says they get drafted into war. It's a very interesting state of affairs because we called the clones slaves earlier. The Jedi are slaves to this corrupt government.
Well, they didn't so much get drafted into it. Remember, when they find out about the army, the Jedi take the initiative to go there to meet the Kaminoans, to pick it up, and then take the clone army with them to Geonosis to perform the rescue. So they kind of, like, the Chancellor didn't really tell them to do that. They just kind of did that on their own volition, and then it just kind of snowballed.
I mean, Obi-Wan's investigation going to Kamino and finding out, about Jango Fett and stuff, that was all circumstantial on the Jedi's part. They weren't even aware of the building of the clone army up until Obi-Wan found out about said information.
Lord Sifo-Dyas created the clone army. That is a Jedi.
He didn't create them. He ordered their commission.
Yeah, and then
Count Dooku or Lord Tyrannus, he did all the funding and all that stuff. And it's heavily implied that Count Dooku basically was the one that told Sifo-Dyas to go through with this, so it was all fucking corrupt from the start. Dooku and Palpatine and those motherfuckers.
Sorry, please continue.
Scotty, and there is a lore theory out there that Count Dooku actually killed Master Sifo-Dyas and took his place to give the official order of the clone army to the Kaminoans.
Out of the entire prequel trilogy, the only thing that makes me mad is Sifo-Dyas.
Sifo-Dyas was getting nightmares about Order 66. He was seeing the future, and I have a strong inkling that Count Dooku was influencing his mind. I honestly believe this was all a setup.
And I don't want to interrupt you, but we can talk all about Master Sifo-Dyas when Jill decides to do a stream on Attack of the Clones.
No, I don't
which
know
is
that that's
becoming
gonna happen.
very, very unlikely.
It's gonna happen. Face reality. You can't deny the future.
George Lucas said on it was either the audio commentary for episode 3. He said that he had intended to resolve the Sifo-Dyas matter in episode 3. But because of what the story needs for that movie were, it just became peripheral. He's like, it wouldn't. And so he jettisoned it. But he was going to have a simple answer for it, and it just didn't make it into the cut.
And again, it's something that we can talk about when we talk about Attack of the Clones. But right now, we got some Jar Jar, yo.
Gungans get pasted too, eh? Oh, man, I sucked.
Oh, it's just the weird ass words that they use.
I can't. I'm not fluent in Gunganese, guys. I
thought he said wasted, and maybe they just got the text wrong for the subtitle.
Wasted would make more sense. I
always thought he said wasted, but maybe it could be whoever does the subtitles misheard it and put that. I don't know. I haven't read.
Well, and also let's not forget that Jar Jar doesn't have the best vernacular. His vocabulary is limited. Maybe pasted was the closest he could get to wasted.
Broken English. He's the only one that speaks weird compared to most of the Gungans.
I don't know, Boss Nass and even the general who's like Jar Jar, like when we get back, like they all have a vernacular. I don't.
Scotty, I can understand them. Jar Jar over here, he sounds like half his brain is missing.
He kind of looks like Sydney Sweeney.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay.
So I don't see it, but for some reason that was funny. But no, I don't think so.
Like the droopy eyes and the non-emotive mouth, the long ears / hair. Like, I think, no, this is very much a Sydney Sweeney situation.
But anyway,
Meanwhile, back to someone attractive.
Yeah, she wants to she wants to go back to Naboo. So that's
actually wrong. I shouldn't say this. How old is Natalie Portman in this film? I take it back. She's she's an alabaster doll, if you will.
Yeah, and she's Queen Elizabeth right here.
I think it's Victoria. I think you were going for Queen Victoria.
No, definitely more Queen Elizabeth.
You think more Queen? Okay,
Elizabeth
Well, that's a good call.
Well, hold on. Which queen is known as the Clown Queen? Unofficially,
Jar Jar Binks.
Oh.
In the Queen, in the line of queens, which one is known as the Clown Queen from all that makeup that they wore?
Queen Elizabeth. She's not a
Queen Elizabeth the First.
Clown. She's not a clown. She just painted her face white. But yes. I do see the parallel.
I was born in the 70s, and so when I think of Queen Elizabeth, I think of Queen Elizabeth II because she was my monarch for most of my life until recently.
Natalie Portman was 16 when she did this film, and I've looked up a script, and it does say "get pasted." Or get wasted.
Oh, nice. Well, that's a twofer.
Thank you for checking that out. And I want to say hello
Well-
to Bat Kid, the Jedi Benju.
Oh, that's me.
I've never.
That's me. I'm the same. I'm the same person. Yeah, that's my
Oh,
YouTube.
that's you. Okay,
Yeah.
that's great. Okay, can you talk again so I can tell who's who? For-
No,
I'm
I
sorry, what now?
refuse. I won't
me?
talk.
Yeah, that's your YouTube account. I wondered why I got a new person here. So thank you for putting something in the chat.
And that's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, is that if you have multiple accounts, then you should use all of them to subscribe to Anti-Derivative Jill. That means
I
more
will.
votes for your
Good.
favorite YouTuber.
I will.
Oh, thank you. One is okay.
That's
But
what I like to
appreciate
call voter fraud, which is exactly what Queen Amidala is attempting to attempt.
Hey,
Yeah,
if the
plus-
mob can do it, why can't she?
Yeah, plus
I think.
plus
Sorry,
plus it's also,
please.
Plus, it's also what real world politicians use too.
Yes. But also, someone, I think it was Franco Walker in the chat, said that Captain Panaka comes back in Attack of the Clones, and I say nay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Captain Panaka
Well,
is
it's his,
out.
it's his
Captain.
nephew Typho.
Yeah, but it's not the same actor. It's not Captain Panaka.
Well, no, I know
so
it's
maybe...
not. It's not supposed to
Oh,
be. Captain Panaka, is what I'm saying.
okay.
It's
I forgot I was
it's his
talking.
nephew, Captain Typho.
Yes, but it's Typho Panaka. His last name is Panaka.
Well, it's his nephew, so it might not be the same last name. I don't know.
Like his sister's name or whatever.
Yeah, maybe. I don't.
Sure.
But there was a very
Anyway.
weird thing in that movie as well, where the same actor who plays Captain Typho plays a lot of the clones who are in the cafeteria on Camino. I'm like, that's clearly not Tamura Morrison who plays Jango Fett. Why are the Captain Typho people here for clones? Which was odd, and maybe they thought nobody would notice.
It's the
No,
clone
but I think-
conspiracy.
I think that he does actually. Well, and that may add to the lore. What if Captain Typho was actually an early released clone? But also, I didn't notice that until you told me right now. And I was like, oh, wait a second.
Yeah,
This is clearly the CGI Yoda.
Oh, the CGI
I
editing?
actually- hot take.
Yeah,
I actually
CGI Yoda.
prefer the puppet Yoda because the puppet Yoda in episode 1 I found emotes a lot more.
Bring
Like-
up the boggling.
Because the
Really?
CGI one is
Come
the test
on.
version they did.
Bring
for,
up the
I think-
boggling.
I did a poll recently on Twitter. The conclusion was that more people liked the CG Yoda for these scenes.
True story.
Yeah, I think the puppet one was a lot better though.
Yoda.
Why?
Yeah, we only saw Crackhead Yoda once. We grew up with CG Yoda. That's our childhood.
And it's funny, but I actually want to earnestly sort of explore this because I understood the reason for making a physical puppet. And I know that George Lucas wanted to be like, okay, so he's younger, but he's only and this is an interesting comparison because this on the left is the model for the one on the right. But if you go and you check out the original Phantom Menace puppet, it looks like a Cabbage Patch Kid that has been left in the sun.
Well, we don't know anything about his species or how it ages, so maybe it ages a lot more at the very end of its life. We don't know. But what I liked about the puppet from episode 1 is that it
When
looks a lot
do
more
they
like
develop
Anakin.
whites of their eyes
Well,
like
no, like, compare
Grogu?
the
Like, is he
scene-
gonna lose that creepy black
compare-
mantis thing going
compare-
on?
Compare the scene where they ask him about when Kiadi Mooney says your thoughts dwell on your mother. Anakin says, "What does that got to do with anything?" And Yoda says, "Everything." And he goes on with the mantra. The puppet is better in that scene by a long mile every time over the CG one because it's actually emoting. Like the eyes go wide, the mouth is agape, and it's like you see that it's actually emoting and responding. Whereas the CG one is kind of barely doing the lip sync for it because it was a pass that they did in episode 2 when they first wanted to test out the idea of a CG Yoda. They just redid the episode 1 scenes as in CG, and they just ported that over when fans complained enough and did it later.
But I do have to point out, because we are discussing the difference between the CGI Yoda from the Phantom Menace and the puppet Yoda from the Phantom Menace. We're not talking
Share
about
my
Empire
screen,
Strikes
Joe.
Back.
I'm not talking about Empire Strikes Back.
No, I know, but I'm not yelling at you, lady. I'm trying to support your argument.
What the hell?
I'm
There
saying
you go.
this is what I'm talking about. Thank you, Z3PO. You are a very good protocol droid.
Wait, I think there's
So-
a mix of CGI and puppetry for the 1991 one. Sorry, 1999 one. I don't think it's just puppetry. Like the way he's moving, looks like
That's
there's some
possible.
graphics there.
No, it was a
Yeah.
puppet. They
No,
didn't
it
even
was a
attempt
puppet.
CG Yoda until episode 2.
Yeah, but he's fully CG. Yeah, he's fully CG. Then I'm just saying that with puppet Yoda or deaf sticks Yoda, as I like to call him, I feel like they mix puppet and CGI for that.
No, that
You're
one they
calling
didn't.
him a
That one
crack
on the documentaries it shows that with Frank Oz, that was all just puppetry
All
Yeah.
just puppetry. Okay.
for episode
And
1.
that was something that Frank Oz himself was very, very proud of in terms of being able to work with George Lucas and do this performance. They had created the puppet together, obviously based on whatever George Lucas wanted to do, but he did want to make it look, he wanted to make Yoda look younger. And I thought that that was interesting based on the fact that we know that he's 900 years old.
He also looks more photoreal.
I don't think he's going to
as a
age that much in 20 years.
He
No,
also
no,
looks
that's right. Instead of 900, you're now 90. That
Well, he
really
also
helps
looks
too.
more photoreal here than than CG.
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
I'd have to revisit. I don't have the, obviously, I'd have to go and buy earlier DVDs of the prequel trilogy to be able to see the puppet, because you can't see it
Just go on
now.
YouTube. I'm sure there's a comparison.
I'm sure there is. Never mind. I'm sorry. I hate to be so, conspiracy theorists. They're erasing Puppet Yoda. So, but don't forget, they're going to re-release The Empire Strikes Back, and that shit is going to be CGI.
Yeah, probably is.
Oh yeah.
No.
McClunky.
You think they'll just stick to puppetry? Like no matter how many anniversary screenings of Empire?
I don't know, man.
Well, why would what would Lucasfilm's incentive be to replace the Yoda in Empire Strikes Back with a CG? Like, why do that?
I don't know. I'm just like you never know.
George Lucas
I'm
was the one who
interested.
went back and tinkered with everything, and he's gone now, and that's not like Disney has put out only his versions, but they haven't gone back and tinkered with it after the fact. That was all George. So I don't see why they would do that.
Oh, by the way, guys, don't know if this is awkward, but when all of this ends, is there any way I can contact all you guys for future Star Wars and Star Trek discussions in the future? Damn, did I just say future twice?
Yeah, I'm on Twitter. Same handle.
I know you're on Twitter, Z3P.
PNC.
I've seen your account before.
And I'm Scotty R37 on Twitter. I'm an X-Man.
Yeah, my Twitter's right at the bottom here, scrolling this entire live stream at Antiderivative1.
Yeah, but I'm too lazy to look at the endless scrolling word. I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
I gotta say, I never read the scroll. It could say Scott is a dick, and I would never have known.
Remember, never read the scroll. Tai Lung made that mistake in Kung Fu Panda 1.
Yes.
So I could tease
yes.
you in the scroll, and you would never know.
Never know.
Good to know.
Yeah. There you go. Achievement unlocked.
Makes me a little happy.
You guys are awesome.
It is a jarring smash to have Samuel L. Jackson show up.
Yes, I'm happy with that.
I'm
How did he
happy with it.
How did
But
he
I'm
manage
just
to keep
saying-
that landing platform like that elevated all that time?
Well,
I wanted
don't know,
more of him.
Cold fusion?
I wanted him to have a bigger character, do more stuff.
Who?
Mace Windu.
Yeah, but he does. He does a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he does.
He's
in
the
other
hero of
movies.
episode 2.
Yeah, he
I
does
thought
in the
maybe
other
part-
movies, not this one.
I thought maybe part of why he's so in so few scenes, perhaps, is because he's being played by a stunt actor rather than an actor.
Well, okay, so who are you talking about? Are you talking about Mace Windu?
Yeah.
Well, he's
No,
old.
Darth Maul. Sorry.
Oh, no, Darth Maul. Who played Darth Maul?
Ray Park.
Everyone knows this. That's him. Ray Park. He was Toad in X-Men, and most notably, he was Darth Maul in Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. And, like, he is a accomplished martial artist. I don't think that they animated him very much in 1999. I don't know. He may have a reputation nowadays. That's Darth
somebody
Maul calling.
Is someone's transmitter going off?
This is Ray Park. Who's talking about me? That was the worst Ray Park impression I could have done.
I am still impressed.
Thanks. Anyway, no, Ray Park was rad. Still is.
Mm-hmm.
They even incorporated his personal style into Darth Maul, like the earrings that he has. That's because Ray Park had some earrings, and they were like, "No, it's cool. Leave them in."
This is the part of the movie where we learn that midi-chlorians are inside of your cells.
Yep.
That's
inside of your little itty bitty cells, and they
I don't
influence your mind and your body.
You could listen to them talk like their voices in your body that you listen to.
You see, guys, we were talking about slaves throughout this entire video. You are slaves to the little cells in your body, the midichlorians.
I remember hearing Billy Connolly say to a radio host, like the radio host had said, "Do you want some Purell? You want some hand sanitizer?" And he's like, "No. There's millions of wee little things making love all over your body right now, and you don't even know." That's how I feel about midichlorians.
It's the secrets of the universe you'd rather not find out about.
Well, whatever. I got parasites living in my belly, and you know what? That makes me enjoy mustard.
No, it's kind of like what's that iconic series?
Star Trek.
No, not that
Star Wars?
Not that one either.
Blake Seven.
This is British. Not Seven. I think this was like written by a British author.
The Prisoner. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah, there we go. See, this is why I can rely on you. No, in that
First
story,
time for everything.
In that story, newsflash, the entire universe is run by tiny mice, and you're
True.
like, okay, that's kind of funny.
They're interdimensional mice.
Yes, interdimensional. But you know, I've always had a very negative relationship with rodents. I get the feeling I'm going to mouse hell when I die.
Like Richard Gere.
Yeah.
That was a hamster.
I have rodents.
Excuse me, pan-dimensional, but close enough.
Gargle Blaster?
Master Splinter, Mickey Mouse. I have some rodent friends,
but they're not really mice. They're just how we perceive them, and they're way more advanced than we are.
I think
which means that I should basically use them for power scaling in the future.
Are we doing the movie, or is this just banter?
Well, I was going to say, I think maybe this film may have benefited from having like a mouse character, perhaps.
Right.
Well, they chose a rabbit instead.
Yeah, true.
You know what? I hope we get a picture of the little robots that are on the Trade Federation ship, and then they are down on Naboo cleaning up the bodies of downed battle droids. And it's insane to see these little, like, just functional biped, they lift things, and they're like 2 feet tall. It's amazing. I hope we get a picture of them. Anyway, this is when Rick Oley decides that he's attracted to Anakin, because everyone who is older than Anakin is attracted to him.
Oh my god.
That's what I heard. Like, I watched the movie. But everyone knows it's Padme. Padme is going to get Anakin.
Scotty, at the rate you're going, you probably will do anything that has a pulse on it.
He wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the people in the movie sci-fi cinema.
Yeah.
He's
I don't want it. You know what? It's an interesting qualification, because you're right. I am not into Anakin. Thank you for clarifying.
That is a good thing. Well, but and I'm just here for people's interpretation of what happened in the movie, and sometimes Patty makes a joke, and it's okay.
How do you feel about Rick Oley, Jill?
Jokes are okay.
Do you
Rick
like his
Foley.
hairline?
You know
He's
what?
the guy on the left.
I'm not mad. Like he's all right.
He's
I think-
cool.
I think he's got a great
There's
look.
nothing-
I think he looks like he would fit in well in the original trilogy.
Yeah.
Being in the pavilion.
Tell me.
Yeah, they don't even
tell me
give
at
him
this-
that many lines, and I think that he comes off as someone with personality without even having any good lines. But go
Like
ahead.
he's a guy that I want to see die in the second one to like sort of embolden the rest of the crew who want to do good. And it's like, oh no, we lost Rick Foley.
Tell me, was the actor old enough to be in the original trilogy at this point or not?
I don't think so. I'll look.
Talking about
You
ages,
guys-
I thought it was interesting. I looked up. So Natalie Portman was 16 when she did this film, and she was twice the age of Jake Lloyd. He was 8.
Hot. How old was she in The Professional?
I'll look that up.
That's an important comparison. Like when people are like, "Oh no, it's creepy to fantasize about Natalie Portman in The Phantom Menace," and it's like, have you ever seen The Professional? Have you ever seen Leon? Because let me blow your mind.
Or Scotty, or worse yet, have you seen fan fiction about Padme and Anakin that young?
I'm sorry, what?
Sci-fi Sith Dad. Oh my God, why?
He's a Sith. You can't trust Sith. They're evil.
Hey, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Let's try to make this not a Scotty R37 sex den.
Hey, well, I'm just saying there are some sick Star Wars fans that do write that stuff. There are some sick fans that do write.
So we'd answer your question, yes. Let's move on.
Scotty, to answer your question, Natalie Portman was 13 in The Professional.
See, that's weirder, yo. But it's part of the titillation of the film. Like, what are you gonna do? I'm not judging. I'm just saying, if you're gonna be like, oh no, Natalie Portman was gonna have sex with a 9-year-old in The Phantom Menace, and it's like, yeah, but like, did you see Leon?
But she didn't in the movie yet. Not yet.
Well, she was 12 when they filmed The Professional. She was 13 when it came out.
Kat, you're making this worse.
Well, then
you guys are gonna make me drown myself in ginger ale when this is over. Just
Okay, so but it's also important to remember that these movies were also geared to kids, also. So
Edge of Time is triggered.
Kids who are.
Let's just come on. Edge of Time
Anyway,
is triggered.
I'm making this terrible too.
Are we back at the beginning of the movie? Is this where they first rescue Choir?
Yeah.
Remember
the beginning of the movie where we had something happen, where we're coming back to the beginning of the movie to continue that story.
Hooray! So I agree with Kat. We could cut out the entire middle of the movie if they just had Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon landing on Naboo. You can cut from them landing, the negotiations were short, and then the rest of the movie happens. You can eliminate everything else.
Well, if they just decided to ally with the Gungans from the beginning, it's like, granted, you wouldn't have Anakin to take out the control ship, but you wouldn't really need to because the Neimoidians are such cowards that once you capture the Viceroy, he'll just cave to whatever you want him to do.
You could just cut like all Tatooine and everything out, Coruscant, and just have it all nice out on the boot, and it would be like a 15-minute movie.
Yeah, it would be great.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I like how Edge of Time has
this
put
is
up,
the Gungan sacred place, right?
True story.
True story. Why are all the idols that they're standing on don't look like Gungans?
Well, here's my theory, because I was paying attention to this. Apparently, this was filmed in Malaysia, I guess. I'm probably wrong. But what I think
You're
that
wrong.
Okay, great.
They filmed this in England.
Wrong. Oh, really?
They brought in some of the fake trees, but most of the forest you see them standing in is in England, and then they brought the
But
the
to Z3PO's point is like, what's with the heads that don't look neither
Go back a
Naboo
few
or
slides,
Gungan.
Jill.
Let's get some archaeological things going on the planet of
There we go.
Naboo. There you
Can you
go,
see the
right on the
face there?
left-hand side. No.
So
that's
why is this
R2-D2.
a sacred place for Gungans? It doesn't demonstrate any significance to them.
Maybe they were a
Well,
divergent
they never say
species
why,
from
but
the
maybe,
Naboo.
well, they never say why it's significant, but maybe they'll probably. It doesn't really matter why; it just is. It's like it's like I'm sure there's somebody who's probably written something in canon about it and just don't know where to.
Well, no, but that's an okay, if I may. The interesting part about this sort of fallen temple, I don't know if this was like carved out of rock. I always thought that these were statues that had fallen down over the years because, long time ago, galaxy far, far away and all that. And so I didn't know where these came from. And I was watching today and I was like, where did those heads come from? And I was like, well, what if they were originally, what if the Gungans decided to stay in the water and the Naboo decided to rise to the land and they developed their differences? That was the thing. And it's all visual. I don't know if there's a canon explanation. I'm just expressing my feelings for watching this actually beautiful film and being like, I wonder what that's about. And then I get to come up with it and it rules. And so
it seems to be like basically like the most likely answer, and surely like Occam's razor. The most likely answer is usually correct.
But also, I would
answer.
like to, I would like to apologize because what Z3PO was saying, he started saying that, and then I was like, yes, that's a great idea. I want to take away your monologue. So, Z, what do you think?
Well, I actually said this earlier in the film that the two different inhabited tribes must have taken two separate evolutionary paths. So I often thought when I saw this, that's what they all originally looked like. And maybe you're right. Maybe one part of the population decided to stay underwater and the other population rise to the top. But to say that this has got cultural or significant historical impact to the Gungans seems to indicate that this is part of their ancestry.
That's really cool, actually.
Oh, okay. When they were combined, that makes sense.
Yeah. So basically, it's a grave site almost. In other words,
of a simpler time where maybe they hadn't separated. That I like that idea. And if only the Naboo could come see it, they could discover some of their own history that they've lost.
Because there must have been a specific incident that caused the two races to split. Bearing in mind that they're not in contact with each other historically before this event where Padme Amidala asked for their help.
It is.
Yeah, there's a Star Trek animated series about that with water people and land people.
But Jill, I have to steer you back to what we are presently enjoying. Never forget the moment. Don't lose sight of the moment. This is one of those expansive, this is artistic science fiction, science fantasy that does sort of, it opens your mind. Like Star Trek is they have their paperwork and it works really, really well. But it is like what I love about Star Wars is that I don't have to think about it. It's just like I look at that and I'm like, looks half Gungan, half Naboo. Anyway, moving on. And I don't have to back it up with science.
Yeah, so I found the article about them on the Star Wars Wikipedia, and they're called the Elders, apparently.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I bet they have midichlorians.
2 orders of business. The first one is, if you haven't voted in the chat yet, you get to decide what movie we're going to review for PvP's birthday stream, which will be May 17th. So far, Escape from New York is winning at 34% with Space Odyssey 2001 with the 30%. So those two are time after time with the third coming in at third place at 20%. So that's
Has PvP voted?
I don't even know if he's not even here. He's like, I'm not coming to the stream, but
Makes sense.
but I
No
decided it'd be
argument.
fun to not include, to include everybody in the choice of what we
Right.
watch for him, because I can't decide. They all look interesting to me, but of course
Okay.
I am.
I don't want to influence, like, obviously I'm going to be here for it because both
Mhm.
2001 and Escape from New York are like two of my favorite movies. Obviously both in like top 20, I guess. But the thing is that we should watch 2001, but it'll be more fun to watch Escape from New York.
Yeah, so we'll see what the chat decides. But the
Yeah.
other order of business I have
But
is
also
that
PvP is not part of the chat.
yeah, he's not. That's okay.
So
The
he
other
has no choice on his birthday gift.
No, he doesn't. Well, he
Okay.
does. He came up with this list. He gave me
Oh,
this list and he asked me to choose. So
I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm giving the choice to the chat. And so also the other order of business is that Z3PO has to get going soon. So I thought I'd give him
Oh,
a
got another
chance.
15 minutes. Yes.
You got another 15 minutes. Well, you know what? What I want you to do is act like you're leaving, but then stay here as long as you can and then drop out
Of
whenever you're
course.
ready.
Well,
But
first
okay, so
off, I'd like to thank
yeah.
Jill and all the panel for having me on, and for the chat for attending. You certainly do make this stream. You'll be able to catch me tomorrow as we've got the 12-hour Attack of the Clones stream on the Mr. Brown Alliance channel. Do tune in for that. I'll be dropping on and off at several points during the course of the stream.
Is anybody going to do Revenge of the Sith on Sunday?
No. I
But
don't
it
think
makes
we'll
sense.
be
No.
awake
Anyway,
on the
sorry.
Sunday.
Yeah, we have to respect the
Oh
Sabbath.
my God, Scotty is excited to get the whole trilogy in the weekend. Yeah,
But
Might as well do it. Rip it off like a band.
on a bright note, I think May the 4th is on a Sunday next year, so we might do Revenge of the Sith then.
makes sense. So subscribe to Mr. Brown Alliance to catch that tomorrow, and Z3PO. Sorry,
We'll be on and
will
off
stay.
during the course of the 12
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah, that'll be great. And
Enjoy,
yeah,
sir.
I can't. I will. I'll check that out if I have a moment.
Oh, wait.
Thank you
Can
so
you
much for being here. And
You're very
Can
welcome.
you call
Let's
a
see how
droid a
much
sir?
we can get fitted in.
I think so. And so that way you have your shout outs done. So whenever you want to go, just let me know and we have the business already taken care of.
Will do.
That tree is very Giger-esque.
Giger.
I found out that they came from. They weren't native to Naboo. They came from elsewhere.
No, it looks
Like from Alien?
like look at the roots.
They
They
were regarded,
kind
they were
of look.
regarded as gods by the Gungans.
Yeah, well, they look like penises to me.
Oh, I didn't even
You're
see those.
always thinking of penises, Scotty.
Hey, got to take care of my own.
Oh,
Yeah,
Lemon
hey,
Pie
good
is here. Hey, Lemon Pie.
Hey, Lemon.
And because this is a movie for PvP, Lemon Pie says 2001 A Space Eggnog, Escape from Eggnog, Eggnog After Eggnog, or the seventh eggnog of Sinbad. And,
But I don't like eggnog.
But PvP does, and it's a stream for him.
Well, eggnog, and the Escape from Eggnog doesn't have that much eggnog.
And Scotty, and of course you do, because you have to. You do love your sausage, don't you?
Sauces? Of course.
You do love your sausage, right?
Oh, sausage. No, I'm more of a bratwurst dude myself. It is very, like, did we talk about Brian Blessed? And how amazing Brian Blessed has been on this earth and how we're all grateful for Brian Blessed?
Did we?
I don't know.
Did you want to? You should.
I think I just did.
Well, thank you.
Brian Blessed,
Oh, wow.
obviously. Gordon's alive. Brian Blessed. I think he played Little John in 1980s Robin Hood show. Brian Blessed is a legend of British lore. So, big shout out to Brian Blessed.
Look at Jar Jar being failing upwards there, from a complete outcast to a general. How does that work in their army?
Yeah, that
Well-
happened. He just became a general, even though he was kicked out for being clumsy.
The
Let's be
character's
fair.
based on Goofy. Goofy is the literal symbol of failing upwards.
Let's be fair. They made Han Solo a general after he got frozen in carbonite, and it's like, good work. Here's a promotion.
I think the rebels just admire loyalty. So it's like if you're loyal for like a year or so, you get some ranking position.
I have a
for some
question.
reason.
I have a question for the panel about Han Solo. So, after he loads the buckets of money into the Millennium Falcon, and then he comes back and he stops. He makes it so that Luke can do the destruction of the Death Star. Do you think Han gave the money back?
No.
Well, he didn't give it to Jabba. That's for damn sure.
True.
We're done.
Like, I wonder where that money went. Did he give it back? Because that's important. Because you know what? If he had how much money? 20,000? It would have paid off his debt, and he could have got away. But he's stuck with the rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
Man's a good man, even though there is a weird thing about his friend from Bespin who is like, it's like, no, anytime you want, wear my clothes. Anyway, I'm just steering all over the Star Wars universe at this point because
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with
I'm
that.
taken by Nemodians, and also I am surprised how short Darth Maul is.
I wonder if the Nemodians can see color at all, or if it's just black and white for them.
That's racist.
Oh, police, Scotty. Black and white is the Jedi and Sith way.
No, it's kind of like how animals, they don't see certain colors, or they don't see color at
Now
all.
Nemodians are animals. I see how this is going.
Indeed, they are animals. Human
They are.
superiority.
Well, dude, I'm an animal.
Yeah. Speciesism.
A field of phalanxes.
I love these tanks so much, these hover tanks.
Yeah.
And if you've ever seen Sergeant Bilko, like, they don't work. But it's so funny. I enjoy this. And also, this is sort of one of those things that, like, people talk about George Lucas ripping things off. So that entire dome of energy, that shield, it is not penetrated by projectiles. You can't. You cannot force your way through it from a distance. But if you want, you can open it like a shower curtain. And while some people may think that that's funny, I think that that's actually, yeah, if you gently enter, then you can get in. But if you start punching hard, no dice. And it's very similar to the personal, force fields from Dune. So, once again, George Lucas stealing from the best.
So you're a man who likes gentle penetration, then?
You don't?
Oh boy.
You start slow. You see how things go. I do enjoy the Naboo fighters. I think that they're interesting.
Yeah, I do need. Definitely, please describe the fight scenes and things if you have something to say.
Well, pew pew, spinning. That's a good trick. It's
right,
exploding
right.
from the inside. And woohoo, yippee. R2, restart things. Alexa, how do I restart my starfighter? Flip buttons until it's all over. And then fire your torpedoes. We'll blow up the thing. It'll look exactly like Return of the Jedi's power core. The power core.
I like those holographic shields or energy shields, whatever those are. Very impressive.
I think they're rad.
Please don't say that name again. You're probably triggering like tons of Alexas of all the people that are watching. You
I
triggered me.
apologize. I didn't mean to. I forget sometimes that this is an audio, and it's like, oh no, you might turn someone's television on.
Yes, because very often we're talking to one person at a time, and so yes, that is a possibility that they're listening to it out loud.
Infinite possibilities.
And you end up buying things for them through their Amazon.
Unlimited power.
That's right.
Very upset about how ugly Palpatine got at the end of Revenge of the Sith, but we'll talk about that next time. Hey, Rennie's here. Those were unrelated.
Lurking
thing
at
is-
the end of my day. Hey,
Scotty-
Jill, MZ. Hey, Rennie.
James Caserta. Yo.
Welcome.
Well, Scotty, well, the question is, does Jill want to cover Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith on a 4-hour to 5-hour long live stream?
I just work here. You gotta ask the manager.
Hey, I'm just happy that you guys were here for this one. This was a thing that I agreed to, and I made it this far. And aren't you a little bit proud?
I am very proud. You've been doing so great talking about Star Wars. Look at this. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Oh, please, don't give her a copyright strike, please, Scotty.
Well, no, that's why I'm not doing the choir bit.
Well, yeah, because Scotty R37 singing is beautiful.
Yeah,
And
well,
so-
yeah, and this thing can rival and the Imperial March from Darth Vader. It can rival that song. It probably does.
You know what? I do love this lightsaber battle more than a lot of lightsaber battles, but it's still not as good as Darth Vader versus Luke Skywalker
There's
on
not
the
as much
Enterprise,
meaning.
on the Death Star 2 in Return of the Jedi, which is, by the way, my favorite Star Wars movie, Return of the Jedi, done and dusted.
Fair enough. Can't complain.
And there's no better place to hide a kid but in a in the
Starfighter.
firefighter thing. What is it called? Interceptor. Starfighter.
It's the last Starfighter. I don't know.
And he knows exactly how to fly it.
Well, no, he just starts pushing buttons and figuring it out because he's kind of fearless and he has worked mechanical things before. So I'm totally fine with this. And also, once he turns it on, it's like, I don't know what's going on. It's on autopilot. The only thing I can work is the guns, which is rad.
Oh, yeah, that scene where Anakin...
So when... I forgot that Anakin took care of the droid decals. But like, I thought that was amazing, and it was by happenstance. And the thing is that like people talk about, especially when it comes to Star Wars, people talk about Mary Sue's. Oh, he can do anything, and it's like, no, he was like, well, we gotta help. And R2 is right there, like he's a babysitter. I just enjoy as Kat said, as everyone has said, the last like half an hour, 40 minutes of this movie, I'm just like,
Yeah, the only reason why Anakin is alive in that dogfight is because of R2D2. R2, the savior of everything.
Yeah,
and
that's sort of my point is, was R2 in control of that autopilot to take him there on purpose or not?
No, autopilot.
True, but droids can do autopilot too by taking control of the ship for the pilot.
But he's instructed by Anakin to turn off the autopilot.
Well, it's you know what, and we've always seen R2D2 to be the smartest person in the room until we saw him in The Force Awakens when he apparently had a stroke.
He was shut off, or he shut himself off.
Yeah,
honestly,
I've heard about it's a robot.
I may complain. There's so many characters I feel the sequels did a disservice to. R2 is the very top of that list.
What does that quote have anything to do with the Phantom Menace?
Nothing.
It has to do with Scotty R37 and Rennie. They have a thing going where she says, "Shut up, Wesley."
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. I should.
Yeah, so Cancel Wesley. Oh wait, no, I don't want to cancel Wesley. He can shut up, but don't cancel him ever.
Rennie, I thought we were friends. I let you call me Wesley.
No, Farscape isn't bad acting. I like Farscape. It has a lot more puppets than this, though. So where are we in this? What's going on? They're doing the battle.
Duel of Fates.
I always wondered where this setting on Naboo. What are they doing? Transferring energy or something here?
Plasma.
It's just plasma.
Plasma. Yeah.
This is the best scene of the movie.
No, it isn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. The argument that if you wanted to pay for an argument, that was down the road or down the hall.
Okay.
No. But why you don't like the?
I do like the fight, but this scene here where Qui-Gon goes behind the laser barriers with Darth Maul, I've always wondered, why didn't Obi-Wan use force speed like they did at the start of the movie to catch up with him? It's established as a force power that they have, but they use it once and it's never ever used again.
Good point.
It's called plot.
Well, no. But if I may, like Darth Maul kicks Obi-Wan down 2 levels, and he grabs onto the ledge, pulls himself back up, and then does like a 2-story force jump. And so if he's a little tired, I'm okay with this. But that's also like this is all force apology. Why didn't the magic work then when it worked before? It's like, I don't know, man.
Well, it's like Obi-Wan could have used his lightsaber to cut around to disable the laser, the laser wall by stabbing his lightsaber onto the left side where that that mechanism which is projecting it, and it probably would have shut off. And you could keep going down the hallway that way instead of having to sit and be patient and watch. But I love the choreography in this as well, and the music. It's so well done.
People have criticized the choreography and said that it just looks too balletic. And I'm like, no, I enjoy it. And it was something that was quoted or that was in interviews with Lucas at the time. And he said, this is a more elegant age of lightsaber battle. These people were working hard at it. And as opposed to just being broadsword smashing.
Well, yeah, because you have unlike in the original trilogy, where you have Vader severely, injured, or older Obi-Wan, or initially inexperienced Luke and then experienced Luke by the last one. It's like here you have Jedi and Sith in their prime, and that's also why Lucas deliberately cast a martial artist for the role of Maul, because he thought that would help kick the actors into high gear, so he didn't have to use stunt guys as much.
Peter Serafinowicz was a martial artist.
No, Ray Park, and you know that. So
yeah, I know, but it's funny.
and then again, the whole apex of the whole movie, he serves. In a sense, it's a similar function to what the Fade Rotha character serves in Dune. Like his function is to die, so Paul can assume control and everything happens. Whereas Darth Maul's function is the opposite, where he has to kill somebody, Qui-Gon Jinn, so that way it completely alters Anakin's fate from what it would have been if somebody like Qui-Gon were raising him versus... Because again, Qui-Gon wasn't bothered by Anakin's emotional attachments and wasn't bothered at all, whereas Obi-Wan is very much more, like I said, a company man who, you need to obey the council and blah, blah, blah. You need to do this. We have another pathetic life form, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, Qui-Gon did warn Anakin, being a Jedi is a very hard life.
He did, yeah, he did. Yes, he did, but you still get the sense that it would have been very different had Qui-Gon, like say if Darth Maul had killed Obi-Wan instead of Qui-Gon, if it had been the other way around.
I hate to interrupt this, but while we still have the presence of Z3PO, I would request this to be read by Z3PO. Jill, if you can go back 1 slide. 2 slides. Nope, 1 more. Go forward. Up. Not that. Nope, keep going forward. This is getting worse by the moment. But not yet. 1 more.
Almost there.
Stay on target.
We're not slides, Scotty. Remember
Lighten
that.
up. There we go. Z, if you can do this for me, please.
Now this is pod racing.
Delicious. Thank you.
Ouch. That hurts. So
Why?
much.
That's amazing. Now this is pod racing.
No,
Now
it's
this
the
is pod racing.
It's just the build-up. You guys are fine.
Now this is pod racing.
Yuck.
Sir, I know this may finish me as an acting ensign, but
shut up, Wesley.
Fair enough.
Poor
Absolutely.
Wesley.
Agreed. You know what? It's funny that Anakin Skywalker is the Wesley Crusher of this movie.
Wait, seriously? Okay,
Yeah.
I see your point.
Like I saw the first Harry Potter movie, and I was like, this would have been such a better episode 1. What if Harry Potter turned evil? It's like, I don't buy the performance. And, bless the man the boy who, like, I don't wish him ill will. I think he's as engaging as he can be in this situation. Hey, 1138. But yeah.
Can you go back just one slide? No.
To 1138?
That one there. This is one of my most hated movie tropes, is the Keystone Army. It's the indestructible army that's got one vulnerability, be it a central control unit or a mothership, something like that. They did it in Independence Day. They did it in the Avengers movie. Even to the most part, the Borg Queen is you just take up the control element and they all just drop down dead. And I really hate that. That's one of the things I loathe about this movie. I don't know what everybody else's feelings on it are.
I kind of forgive this one just because they're robots, specifically robots.
Well, he's right though, because it really doesn't make any internal logical sense why there is a droid control ship. Because if the idea is that this is a trade federation, again, like I mentioned, the FedEx of the galaxy, why would they have a mothership? It's like they're supposed to, like, normally these are like cargo freighters transferring, freight to different, portions of the galaxy. Why would you have a singular control unit for the whole thing? It doesn't really make sense. It's just there because they want to do this, this trope where you have to stop all of it in one fell swoop.
Well,
I honestly don't think it matters, but
as was said a lot at the start, basically at the start, the Trade Federation stuff, you said like it was just a front.
yeah. Wait, no, I'm the one who said that.
Inciting incident.
It's a front, an inciting
Right,
incident.
but he's still right that the idea that there's this one control ship doesn't really logically track when you consider what the Trade Federation actually is. It's like, why would they have that? It's like, it doesn't really make sense. But
I don't think
they've also established in universe that droids are capable of independent thought. Surely you could just give them the orders and they'd go and obey them to the best of their ability. Not
even droids like these.
I don't think that. I don't know. I don't think battle droids are on protocol droid levels. I
Well, they
think
managed
that
to
they
swap
do.
heads with C-3PO in the next movie.
Actually, I read
That's
that
true.
the longer droids are programmed, they start developing independent thought. You notice these battle droids in the Phantom Menace, they're more like a hive mind. But as we go far into the Clone Wars, they start having ideas and they start doing things separate from each other.
But we're talking about this movie.
I know. I'm just saying that's what I looked into.
But that's fair
No,
enough.
you're
If they
good,
do,
you're
if they can think independently, then it would make sense that they'd have a fallback protocol.
As Obi-Wan
if they
says
get
to Dex,
disconnected.
I'm going to break my own rule that I just made just now. I'm going to break it right now. I'm going to be like, as Dex was told by Obi-Wan Kenobi, well, if droids could think, we'd all be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and that trope doesn't bother me in particular, but I could see where you're coming from there.
Hey, look, it's actual character death. How refreshing as a dramatic trope. Like, if you kill a character, they're dead. That's fun. Because then you miss that character. You really want to see them again, but you can't because they're dead.
Yeah, but guess what?
Scotty, remember, no one's ever really gone.
Oh, I will run through my entire computer.
Well, here's the scene you were talking about earlier with Darth Maul falling down the thing. I said, It's a much, I think it's a lot similar to Luke falling in Empire.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah,
you think he got an exhaust port at the base of it?
Yeah.
All right, you got a
but
point. You got a point.
Well, Scotty, guess what? Darth
What?
Maul does return in the Clone Wars.
Yes.
What you mean? Somehow Maul returns.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
They conveniently
Like I said, I could show those Civ Hunter comics to you guys, but I get the feeling you may not like what you find.
I just wouldn't care.
Yeah.
So it's not that I don't want to see it. It's just that, like, I've got so little time on Earth, and I'm just going to explore things that I'm like. I think I've thoroughly explored Star Wars to my liking, and I'm willing to be told that I'm dumb. But like, I'm not gonna read more comics, more books, or anything like that. Like, I'm not gonna see the Acolyte. I only have so much
I'm
time
not seeing
on
the
Earth.
Acolyte either. You and me both on that.
Oh,
Like,
I'm
I
so
still want to
excited.
see. I still want to see Andor, but that's my cross to bear.
Jill, can you go back to the Palatine scene, please? Because I want to do a little trivia there.
Hey, it's Gene Hackman.
Just a little bit more forward. For one of the background characters, more.
Are you trying to point out George Lucas, or are you looking for?
It's Rick McCallum and Ben Burt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because one
Sophia
of the
Coppola. We miss Sophia Coppola. She's in this movie.
Because one of the executive producers played a background character in this scene. I think it was.
Like, that's an interesting question. Which is better?
Right there.
Godfather,
yes.
Godfather 3 or Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace?
Episode 1. I can't believe I just did that.
I know. I can't believe you chose that.
Definitely Phantom Menace.
And I'm a Godfather brief defender.
Yeah. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying that everyone is choosing Star Wars Episode 1.
I do too. Yeah, I choose Star Wars also.
That's crazy. Al Pacino is not in this movie. See, Rennie gets it. Godfather Coda.
All right, Jill. You go ahead and move forward if you want, unless anyone else wants.
Well,
to
I do
on
have
the
to
trivia
get
right
going soon because I do have some stuff to do now. So I am
Well,
starting to
that's-
run out of time, which is good because I'm only a few minutes away from the end.
That's
Yeah.
absolutely
Keep playing Frozen
perfect.
Forever.
I do have to actually leave, and my only thing that I have to say is yub nub. And also, I would never go to a funeral where people were burning bodies in front of me. And I do enjoy peace from the Boss Nass.
Wow.
May the elder-
Yada-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. So anyway, thank you, everybody on the panel, everyone in the chat, and Rennie. When you tell me to shut up, Wesley, I only can say one thing, and that is you're not my real mom. So I will see you all in the future, and thanks.
May the
Before
elders be
you
with
go, Scotty,
Sir.
rate this film out of 10.
Oh man, I'm gonna give it, like, in the context of being a movie or in the context of being a Star Wars movie.
In the context of both.
Damn it.
Well,
Because for me, I have to say it, this film was a 3 out of 10 for me.
and see, what I was thinking was this. I think that this movie is a 5. I think it's a 5 out of 10. I watch it out of nostalgia and music. It is a movie that I don't necessarily have to watch, but I like listening to.
But I
He
find
got-
that the
He
biggest
got a
problem
haircut.
with the prequel trilogy is there was nobody there to tell George Lucas no.
That doesn't. Yes, I understand the politics behind the scenes of the production. That doesn't change
So
my
this is
first.
the purest form of his vision, and I would say overall,
Yeah, but-
in comparison to the rest of the series,
I mean, no one ever told him no during the original trilogy because he was funding everything. He got final say, you know.
But
So
he
you're
had,
saying it was
he
all
had,
consensual?
but there were in the original series though, didn't he have? There were other authors of it, and there were more
There was
contributors
more
to the script.
collaboration. More
And
collaboration.
he did try and get other people to direct the prequel trilogy, but everybody said no.
You know, I was about to leave, and somebody brought up production politics. Out of 10 for both a Star Wars movie and a real movie, I would give this a 5 out of 10. It is on par in my grading of Star Wars movies. It is on par with Rogue One. I like this movie enough, but it is, you know, let's not go bug nuts.
I'll go
So
in
that's
the
it.
middle myself. I don't have too much to add to it, but I'll just go for a 4 myself.
I was
And
gonna go.
also,
Can I
I
go?
got this
Yeah, you can go,
almost.
Scott.
Hold on, wait a second before you go.
All right, I won't go. Delicious.
I'd give it a 9 out of 10.
Oh my
9?
God! At the last
Well,
minute.
you know
Am I
what?
the only? Wait, I gave it a 9 out of 10. You too,
Wait,
huh? I'm amazed.
Who gave it a 9 out of 10? Dan.
I don't know.
Dan. Okay, Dan
Shield.
and Dan. Both Dans gave it a 9 out of 10.
Wait, we
for
both
me,
gave it. We're doppelgangers. It's confirmed. Which
for me,
timeline are you from? What Earth did you come from? I came from Earth 59.
Jill, for me, I gave it a 6 out of 10.
6 out of 10. Okay, before we continue the ratings, I'm going to welcome Price of Reason to the panel at the last second. I was about to close out the stream, but I got to say hello to
I was leaving.
Price of Reason.
Also,
Yeah, you're leaving.
Nobody's stopping you from leaving, Scott.
Yeah, no one's
Fine.
stopping you. Go now.
Also, there's a new Star Wars podcast that's going to be starting this weekend. That's called.
Oh, I think I was muted. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. Hey, how's it going,
Yes.
guys?
Yes,
Hey,
hello,
Price.
Price of Reason. Welcome.
Price, dude, what's up, man?
Who
I'm
hasn't
good.
given? Yeah.
I think I didn't realize when this thing was going on, and maybe I'm on a different coast. I didn't mean to come at the end. So, sorry.
That's okay. It's kind of funny though, but that you made it.
I made it. Yes.
Movie's over.
Um,
But
and-
who hasn't given the rating since that was the thing that was started?
I'd probably also give it a 6 out of 10. I mean, if it was a nostalgia factor, I would put it like an 8 out of 10. But I'm not going to factor nostalgia stuff into it, like as a movie or a Star Wars. I'll give it a 6 out of 10.
Oh, well, there you go. And Price of Reason, you weren't here at the beginning. At the beginning of the stream, I asked everybody what it was their first experience with this movie and how you feel about it generally. And now also give it a rating.
So I'll do the beginning and the end at the end. Basically, I was really a big fan of the original trilogy when this one came out, and I was initially, I was excited about it, but then when I saw it, I didn't hate it. You know, there's a lot of things to like about this movie. I think Liam Neeson is great. I think that Ewan McGregor is great, and there's the whole lightsaber duel with Darth Maul. I mean, these are things that I actually really like, and it's just kind of slow in parts, and some of that whole thing of them being stuck on that planet with the pod racing, it always felt a bit too long and kind of anticlimactic, and I didn't love every aspect of it, and Jar Jar Binks was a little annoying, but I didn't think that it was a bad movie. I would rather get Star Wars movies like that than no Star Wars or Disney Star Wars. So I didn't hate it. It wasn't as good as the original trilogy, and if I had to give it a score, I would probably give it. It's tough. I have to think about this, but maybe like 7.5 out of like 75 out of 100, which means that it's an okay movie. It has its flaws, but it doesn't rank up there with the original trilogy.
Oh yeah, and Jill, just before you wrap up the panel,
Great answer. I enjoyed that answer.
Thank you.
To all my fellow panelists, if you guys want to contact me, in the private chat, I put a link to my Twitter account if you want to send me a message to try and keep in contact that way.
And there's a new
Yes, absolutely.
podcast starting this weekend that myself, Knight Lucas, and other Star Wars fans will be part of. It's called Rebel Transmissions. You can find it if you go to www.rebeltransmissions.com. We're going to be releasing a review of A New Hope tomorrow, and then reviewing other Star Wars productions.
How do we? Could you give me a link to that in the private chat, and then tell me anything else you want to share?
That's it. Apart from really enjoying discussing with you, Star Trek Continues.
Oh yes, I do enjoy those podcasts, and can't wait for this
On
coming
Tuesdays.
Tuesday, where we're going to talk to someone who worked on the special effects for Star Wars Continues.
Yep.
But you're starting a podcast for Star Wars?
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay,
You
because your
guys are
website's back up.
interviewing someone who worked on the special effects, really?
The special effects to Star Trek Continues, the fan
Interesting.
series. Yeah.
I watched
It's
Star Trek
pretty cool.
Continues. That was awesome.
Yeah, and so I'm exploring that. You
Look,
did?
in my mind, it's canon to the original show. I don't care what anyone tells me. To the
Oh,
original
shit.
series. Yeah. All right,
Well, it
guys.
was good to meet-
head off myself. It was awesome.
good to
hanging out
meet
with
you.
all of you.
It was good
Great
to
to
meet
meet
you,
everyone.
Mike Lucas.
Yeah, nice to
Sorry
meet
to
you.
meet you too.
Yeah, is there anything you want to share in terms of anything that you're doing on the internet that you want people to know about, or anything that you want, anything at all?
Oh, okay. Well, I am a filmmaker, so I have certain films I've made. I could put my YouTube channel, I guess, in the private comments if you
Yes.
guys want to check it out.
Please do.
Yeah, aspiring filmmaker, writer, script writer, martial artist. I've done martial arts. All of this sounds less exciting than it is because I'm horrible at selling things. But that all aside, I hope if you guys check out my channel, you'll check out some of my films. And I even got some videos too, if you're into that.
Yeah, definitely. Where's that YouTube channel? I don't see it yet.
Oh, I'm about to here it is. Okay. I'm about to post it.
All right, it just needs to hit the satellite.
Private chat. Here we go.
There it is. I see it.
Yep.
You've been incredible. It's been amazing meeting you. You brought such a varied, interesting discussion to the panel. When Dan asked if he could bring a guest, I was like, oh, I don't know about bringing someone in. I don't know. But you turned out amazing. Thank you.
No, I
Thank you for
disagree. I
being
think
here.
Scott, I think Scotty, that guy was the guy that kept this alive, in my opinion. Like, all of you guys were great, but he reminded me what I was doing here. Yeah.
Oh, he's incredible, but I have him all the time. I do appreciate him. That is a good point.
Oh, don't worry about my
I-
Twitter
I-
handle, Sif
I-
Dan.
but-
I just followed you, okay? Just letting you
But
know.
I'm not trying to say I take him for granted or anything. He is incredible, and he does keep the party going. He's very
he does.
He's
He
awesome.
does.
This has definitely been a lot of fun.
Mhm. And Sci-Fi Sit Down, I don't think we got your rating that you give to this particular.
No, I did.
Movie?
I gave
Did
it,
you?
Yeah, I gave it a 6 out of 10.
Oh, okay, I forgot. But I am putting Bendu's channel link here since he's been here, and he posted it. So check out his channel. And apparently he makes film. That's awesome.
Yeah, I just talked to him a few minutes ago. As to what I do, I usually cover different sci-fi TV shows or movies on my YouTube channel. You can check it out. I do cover different areas besides sci-fi and sci-fi fantasy, depending how well versed I am in them. I do usually do live streams on Saturdays between 4 to 6 p.m. Pacific time. But I'm taking a little break on that since I finished my first season. I do come on other people's live streams if they will allow it. And I do some stream crossing if they will allow it as well. Beyond that, that's all I have to say. If you guys are not subbed to my channel, please sub. And if you guys will can see some of my videos to see my content, see if you like it, maybe comment and give your rankings on my videos. Beyond that, that's all I have to say for Jill, because she's probably in a hurry and she wants some stuff advertising of her channel. That's all.
Oh, you know what usually happens is I forget to advertise my channel. So thank you for that reminder, Sci-Fi Scythian. And Price of Reason, thank you so much for popping in. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Next time, make sure I know. I think maybe you're on a different coast. I for some reason
I am.
It's probably my bad. I was quickly looking at your message when you told me about it, and I thought I was sort of coming towards the beginning of it, and then I arrived and I see the credits, and I'm like, oh no. But still, it's still nice. It was kind of like a cameo appearance.
Yeah, I like cameo. I don't mind when you show up at the end,
At
but
least
next time we'll
surprise.
see you
It was
earlier.
surprising. I got to be on a stream with Z3PO.
Yeah, well, that was my favorite part, is that I got to talk to him when
Are
he
you
said that.
rocking up to the Attack of the Clone stream tomorrow, Price?
Yes, there's that. I hope I I should look at my clocks and my calendar and make sure that I don't mess that one up. But yeah, I'm supposed to be there.
Oh, excellent! Look forward to seeing you.
But
Yeah, that's it.
Jill,
That's
tell me
great.
about another one in the future, and I'll make sure not to know when it starts.
Okay, definitely.
Okay.
I'll I'll make sure the time zones are aligned, or at
Um,
least tell you what your equivalent time zone is.
right,
That will help.
I'm on Eastern time. So what did you say to me? I don't know. It doesn't matter.
I don't remember. I always say Central Time, but if I convert, it'll be
It was Central Time. Okay, I thought it was Pacific Time, and then I thought I'm coming in. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking.
alright.
I think that I thought that I was at the beginning of the stream.
Yeah, and I would hang around longer, but I gotta get going. So I
Oh,
want
it's
to thank
okay.
Kat from being here. I enjoyed everything you had to say today, Kat, and you're such a great expert on Star Wars, and I'm so grateful you were here with me.
Thank you. Thanks
So,
for the invite. It was a lot of fun.
mhm.
Uh,
Well, you helped make it, so thank you.
yeah, thank you.
So what are you doing?
So you can find me on the Phantasmagorium Show YouTube channel. Scotty and I got playlists there for all sorts of movies, like the James Bond series, the Batman series, Quentin Tarantino, all those types of movies. We're doing the Fargo TV show right now. That's really fun. And you can also find me on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Letterboxd at Sly Snide, all lowercase. And I co-host a show called The Unifying Force on every second and fourth Sunday of the month at 8 a.m. Pacific on the Virtual Cantina Network YouTube channel as well. So we have fun there too.
Yes, absolutely. And Franco Walker reminded me of something very important and that we have to do. I have unfinished business that I need to complete before I end this live stream. And I've got to close the poll is what it is. So first I have to share my screen. And let's see what movie PvP is getting for his birthday. So it looks like he's getting Escape from New York. And that's perfect. I can't wait. I can't wait to review that. So I'm going to close the poll here. Thank you everybody who voted in the poll. We had 56 votes, which is incredible. Ending it now. Kat is awesome. I agree. Too, but Scotty, our 37, she's absolutely amazing. I love having her on, and everybody in the panel, just awesome, as well as everyone in the chat. I can't believe how much I learned about Star Wars today. If I attended more live streams like this, I could learn even more. DJ Plane says, "Be safe, have fun, take care of your crew, and rock." Thanks, Jill. You rock. Live long and prosper. Peace and long life. And so, hey, wait, I had one more thing. Is that, oh yeah, my channel. So what am I doing? Next Friday, actually, I'm not sure what I'm doing next Friday. I'm going to work on that. But Tuesday, I definitely know we already talked about that. So we don't have to say too much on it. It's going to be Star Trek Continues. 2 episodes, the second episode and the third episode. Lolani and the Mirror one, Fairest of them all. What was it called?
Yeah, the fairest of them all.
Fairest of them all. Okay, I remembered. Yay. All right, so we're going to cover those 2 episodes and also have an interview with a special effects artist from that show. And I hope...
visual effects artist.
Yes. I apologize, I forget the name, but I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
And so Gavin gets it done. Gavin does get it done. Oh, he'll be doing the whole 12 hours tomorrow. Oh my gosh. He's going to be there the entire time. That's dedication. I will not be there the entire time in chat for that. But I might say hi at some point or throw a super chat. Hey, Penny's here. Hello, Penny. And Rennie says, have a great weekend, Jill. Yes, that's right. Have a great weekend, everybody. And I don't have any. I wish I had more Star Wars clips because I've been doing a Star Wars show, but you guys get what you get. And thank you. Thank you to, let's see, Darth Cat, Catherine, Z3PO, Price of Reason, Sci-Fi Sith, and Moff Dan, Scotty R37, and also the other Dan. I think he called himself Darth Lucas. And also, speaking of Lucas, Lucas got here late. Lucas got here late in the chat. He's right here. There's George Lucas with little eyeballs.
Hi, George.
Hey.
I don't see him. Walker says, okay, he posts the Mr. Brown Alliance link, but StreamYard wasn't letting me click on it until now. Oh, and Scotty reminds me, I do have a couple of clips. I have.
Yippee!
And yeah, they got peace. That's nice.
Peace.
Peace. Cool. And speaking of peace, see you guys later. I'll talk to you. Peace out. Exactly.
May the fourth be with you.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
And the ways our differences combine to create meaning and beauty.
It has always been easier to destroy than to create.
Well, now you have something new to think about. Carry on.
All right, move along. Done. Stop it. Get off of the things. Go outside. Get some food. It's like, you know, it's a time of day where you live. Go do something. Shut up, Snoopy. I don't care. You smoke too much. Let's go. Let's go adventure. Let's go explore.
See you around the galaxy.